Collaborating is becoming increasingly necessary and increasingly difficult. We face the same basic challenge everywhere, in our private and professional and public lives, increasingly pressingly. We're trying to get something done that we think is important. To do this, we need to work with others. These others include people we don't agree with, or like, or trust. So we're torn. We think that we must work with these others and also that we mustn't. Collaborating across difference seems both imperative and impossible. How can we address this challenge? By making the 10 key choices introduced in this chapter and explained in those that follow. I could never work with those people. In November 2015, I had an experience that clarified my understanding of the core challenge of collaborating. I was facilitating the first workshop of a group of 33 Mexican leaders who had come together in a walled garden hotel in the city of Puebla to search for solutions to their country's most critical problem, the devastating nexus of insecurity, illegality, and inequality. Everyone at the meeting was worried about this problem and committed to doing something about it, and hoped that together they might be able to make a bigger difference. I thought the project was important and was determined to do a good job. When I'd first led a workshop like this, in South Africa 24 years earlier, I'd heard a joke that crystallized the seemingly insurmountable challenges that people in such situations face and the enormous potential of working together to make a difference. Faced with our overwhelming problems, it went, we have two options: a practical option and a miraculous option. The practical option is that we all get down on our knees and pray for a band of angels to come down from heaven and solve our problems for us. The miraculous option is that we argue and try stuff and find a way forward together. And South Africans indeed succeeded in collaborating across their divides, implementing this miraculous option. So by the time I got to Puebla, I knew from long, broad, first-hand experience that it's possible to collaborate across difference. The participants in this Mexico's Possibles, Possible Mexico's, workshop came from across their society. Politicians, human rights activists, army generals, business owners, trade unionists, intellectuals, journalists, and community, religious, and indigenous leaders. They had deep ideological and cultural differences, and many of them were political or professional or personal rivals. Some saw others as enemies. Mostly, they didn't agree with or like or trust each other. In the country and in the group, suspicion and defensiveness were sky high. To solve their most important shared problem, they needed to work together, but they weren't sure they could. I thought the workshop was going well. The participants were talking energetically about their various experiences and perspectives, all together and in small groups, and during meals and walks in the garden and on field visits to relevant nearby people and projects. They were cautiously starting to get to know one another and to think that together they might be able to do something important for their country. Then, on the final morning, during a meeting of our project organizing team, 11 Mexicans plus my Rios Partners colleagues and me, we got into a furious argument about some things that were not going well in the workshop: methodological confusions, logistical glitches, communication breakdowns. Some of the organizers thought I was doing a bad job. And the next day, after the workshop had ended, and I was on my way home to Montreal, they wrote a critical note that they circulated among themselves. One of the team members forwarded the note to me. I felt offended and upset that the organizers were challenging my expertise and professionalism behind my back. I was frightened that the achievement and income I was expecting from the project were at risk. I felt I needed to defend myself. So over the days that followed, I sent off first one, then a second, and then a third long email explaining why, in my expert view, what I'd done in the workshop had been correct. I knew that I'd made some mistakes, but was worried that if I admitted these now, I would be opening myself up to greater danger. I was certain that I was right, and they were wrong. that they were the villains and I was the victimized hero. As the week went on and I had phone conversations with different organizers, my attitude hardened. I thought the people who were blaming me for the problems we were having were unconscionably betraying our team effort and me. I fought back and blamed them. I became increasingly frightened, suspicious, assertive, and rigid. I also wanted to keep myself safe, so I became increasingly cautious and canny. I decided that I didn't agree with or like or trust these organizers and didn't want to engage with them on this matter or to work with them anymore. I saw them as my enemies. What I really wanted was for them and the whole unpleasantness to disappear. Collaborating with enemies. The concise Oxford Dictionary defines an enemy as a person who hates one and eagerly seeks one's defeat, member of hostile army or nation, hostile force or ship or aircraft, thing that harms or injures. This definition covers lots of ordinary and extraordinary situations, and lots of different kinds of people who we think are or were harming or injuring us, or who might, eagerly or disinterestedly, intentionally or unintentionally, directly or indirectly, severely or glancingly. And although this definition refers to the actions others are taking at a certain moment, they're acting as enemies, we often, problematically, conflate this with their permanent identities. They are enemies. Usually, we don't want to work with people we think are enemies because we think that doing so would be difficult or dangerous or wrong. Instead, we want to work away from or around or against them. But sometimes we need to work with them even if we don't want to, either in spite of what they're doing or to find a way to stop them doing these things. And in many such cases, we can collaborate with these people if we choose to and know how to. This book is about that choice. How might we work with people who differ with and from us, including those whom we see as enemies? The short, sharp conflict I had in Mexico enabled me to feel in my gut a challenge I'd been thinking about for a long time. Even while writing these words years later, I feel my stomach tightening. In order to make progress on this project, which was important to me, I needed to work with certain others. These others included some people I didn't agree with or like or trust, and I slipped into thinking of them as my enemies. This conflict within our team put the work we were doing at risk. Moreover, in this small interaction within our team, we reproduced a central dynamic in the larger national system: polarization, mistrust, fragmentation, breakdown, that the project had been established to counter. Our many enemies. In this ordinary incident, I enacted a common and critical behavior or syndrome that I call enemifying, viewing the people we're dealing with as our enemies. Enemifying paints with a broad brush, making enemies of people who are seriously harming or injuring us, people we don't agree with or like or trust, people we feel threatened by, people we're in conflict with, people we differ with or from, people we're uncomfortable with. So, as I did in Mexico, we enemify all kinds of people, not only invading soldiers, violent criminals, and abusive spouses, but also disgruntled clients, aggressive colleagues, rude neighbors, mean Facebook commenters, truculent siblings, and inattentive partners. The problem with enemifying is that we label lots of people as enemies, and thereby conclude that we can't collaborate with them and must instead avoid or defeat them. It sorts people simplistically into friends and enemies, black and white, and hence overlooks the large, less simple gray area. It narrows our options, reduces what we can get done, and impedes us from getting where we want to go. Instead of painting with a broad brush, we need to choose, carefully and consciously, whom we will view and treat as enemies. Enemies everywhere. Enemifying and othering permeate public and political discourse around the world. These others, on their side, are variously labeled as nationalists and globalists, invaders and racists, oligarchs and socialists, terrorists, and infidels. And others on our side are variously labeled as weak, disloyal, in name only, sellouts, heretics, and traitors. Furthermore, we enact this enemy-fying syndrome not only in politics but also at work and at home. The colleague we think is undermining us, the sibling we're feuding with, the neighbor with a lawn sign we detest. Sometimes enemy-fying is a way of making ourselves different from and superior to others. Sigmund Freud called this the narcissism of small differences. I do lots of enemy-fying. I tell myself stories about how other people, politicians, protesters, colleagues, clients, suppliers, neighbors, family, are messing things up and causing me problems. I know that these aren't complete or fair stories about what's happening and that telling these stories isn't a productive way to spend my time, but I tell them anyway. I also know that many people do the same. For example, in couples counseling, which people enter thinking, our problems are my partner's fault, and I hope this counseling makes them understand how they need to change. Or in community disputes where people say, I won't talk with them until they admit they're wrong. And always, as in a playground fight, they started it. Why we enemy-fying is a way to understand and deal with real differences. It simplifies into black and white our stressful multi-hued reality, and thereby provides a simple way to deal with this reality, both individually, focusing our defensive and offensive actions, and collectively, dividing us from them in order to mobilize us to overpower them. It's a form of the scapegoating that anthropologist Ren Girard wrote about. A way of bonding people together against a common enemy and thereby creating unity between people who otherwise would be in conflict. It's seductive because it reassures us that we're okay and not responsible for the challenges we're facing, and that we don't have to engage with those troublesome others. But, as journalist H.L. Mencken said, there is always an easy solution to every human problem: neat, plausible, and wrong. The fruits of enemy-fying. I was dumbfounded when a television interviewer recently told me that he sees fossil fuel executives as enemies and yet can't understand why they won't agree to be on his show. Enemy-fying chokes off collaboration with them at the same time as it facilitates collaboration among us. It feels exciting and satisfying, even righteous and heroic, but often obscures rather than clarifies the reality of our challenges. It simplifies, amplifies, deepens, and rigidifies our conflicts. It focuses our attention unproductively on what other people ought to be doing rather than on what we ourselves can do. It sickens us and the groups we're part of. It personalizes and fragments our understanding of impersonal, interconnected systems. It shrinks the space for problem-solving and creativity. And it distracts us with unrealizable fantasies of decisive victory from the work we need to do. How can we escape from this syndrome and dial down our enemy-fying? What would be the contents of an operating manual for collaborating across difference? What are our choices? The enemy-fying syndrome that I've observed and enacted is at the heart of the challenge of collaborating across difference. Collaboration is often necessary and difficult. We want to get something done that's important to us, but to do so, we need to work with people who experience and view things differently than we do. And the more important the issue and different the views, the more necessary and difficult the collaboration. The core challenge of collaboration is expressed in the intrinsic tension between its two meanings. On the one hand, the concise Oxford tells us that to collaborate simply means to work jointly with. This definition evokes a story of inclusive, energetic, productive teamwork, which we see in upbeat corporate memos and community newsletters. We must all collaborate to achieve our goals. On the other hand, to collaborate also means to cooperate traitorously with the enemy, as when people aid occupying foreign soldiers. Such a collaborator is even worse than an enemy because they're choosing to act against their own people. So this definition evokes an opposite story of the most duplicitous and despicable villainy: death to collaborators. The challenge of collaboration is that we think that in order to make our way forward pragmatically, we must work with others, including people we don't agree with or like or trust. While in order to avoid treasonous appeasement and capitulation, we must not work with them. We experience this challenge in many contexts: at home, at work, in our communities. I wrote the first edition of this book based mostly on my own first-hand experiences, but after it was published, I heard that it resonated with lots of people with very different experiences. The book was promoted by a global association of divorce lawyers. An executive coach reported she'd used it to resolve a conflict among founders that was jeopardizing the survival of a $15 million company. A veterinary epidemiologist told me the book was popular among his colleagues, and when I asked him why, he replied, "Our problem isn't with the animals, it's with the people." Readers told me about the book helping them organize a neighborhood cleanup project, make decisions in an investment committee, improve database performance, align global research and development teams across a consumer goods business, start up a cooperative kindergarten, run a hospital emergency room, mediate between a mining company and a local community, and deal with the unrest in Minneapolis that followed the murder of George Floyd. We're face to face with the core challenge of collaboration when we say, whether in family, community, movement, organizational, political, or international affairs, I couldn't ever work with those people. What do we mean by this exclamation? Maybe we mean that we don't need to work with those people, or that we don't want to, or that we're not able to. In such situations, when we think it isn't necessary or desirable or possible to work with certain others, then obviously we'll try to work without them or against them. But what do we do when we think we must work with these others? This might be because we worry that we can't avoid or defeat them, or they have some skill or resource that we need, or we believe it would be wrong to walk away from or exclude them. Our first choice, then, is whom to see as enemies. Such situations present us with the core challenge of collaborating across difference and our second, third, and fourth key choices: when, with whom, and how to collaborate. We see these other people's values and behaviors as different from ours, so we believe they're wrong or bad, and so we feel frustrated, afraid, or angry. Although we know that we have to work with them to get where we're trying to go, we wish we didn't. We worry that we'll have to compromise or betray what we believe is right and what matters most to us, or that our allies will shun or cancel or attack us as collaborators. In these situations, although we see that we need to collaborate with those people, we don't see how we can do so successfully. How on earth can we work together? This tension, which is intrinsic to collaborating across difference, is increasing globally, as such collaboration is becoming both increasingly necessary and increasingly difficult. Collaborating across difference is becoming increasingly necessary because people, ideas, goods, money, movements, data, technologies, weapons, pollutants, and pathogens keep flowing across organizational and geographic borders, in spite of our on and off efforts to limit these flows. We're becoming more interconnected and interdependent, and so have less scope to act independently. And more of us are becoming more aware of how we've always been entangled and codependent. To get things done, we have to work with a shifting cast of people with whom we differ, whether they're at the next desk, down the road, or across the planet. Furthermore, many of the most important, even existential challenges we face demand that we transform our big, basic societal systems rather than merely tweak them, which requires us to collaborate with people from across these systems. And many of these challenges, the polycrisis of climate change, nuclear proliferation, artificial intelligence, violent conflict, pandemics, and so on, demand that we collaborate globally. We hunger to connect and collaborate across our differences. But collaborating across difference is also becoming increasingly difficult. We always have differences and conflicts among us, which are sometimes violent and destructive and sometimes creative and productive. But these days, many people are more vocal about their opinions and identities and less willing to tolerate and engage with unlike others. Many of our differences, local, national, and international, economic, political, social, cultural, religious, are getting deeper and harder to bridge as established structures, institutions, hierarchies, agreements, norms that used to manage these differences are breaking down and being broken down, and as othering is weaponized. Big and fast changes, together with technology-enabled misinformation, manipulation, and epistemic fragmentation, plus COVID-amplified hyper-individualism, social distancing, and mistrust of authorities, are frightening and pushing us toward greater defensiveness and isolation. As a result of all of these trends, we're experiencing a pandemic of enemy-fying and creating a world of separation and violence. This general tension between our increasing need to collaborate across difference and our decreasing ability to do so presents us with a terrible challenge. How can we address it? Two ways to address the challenge of collaborating across difference. Sometimes collaborating across difference is characterized, casually and erroneously, as easy, obvious, and straightforward. People who believe this characterization and try to collaborate across difference without understanding what it requires often become disoriented and frustrated when things don't go as they expect, so they give up. And sometimes collaborating across difference is characterized, also casually and erroneously, as requiring magic or miracles or superhuman capacities or impossible sacrifices. People who believe this characterization are so daunted that they don't even try to collaborate with people they don't agree with or like or trust. Collaborating across difference is actually neither easy nor impossible. It's not straightforward, and it doesn't always work, but it's often necessary, possible, and productive. Crucially, however, it requires us to dial down our enemy-fying and find ways to live and work patiently with our differences. There are, in fact, two realistic and complementary ways to narrow the gap between the collaborating we need and the collaborating we're willing and able to do. In conventional collaboration, we limit the scope of our collaboration so that it matches our current willingness and ability to collaborate. In stretch collaboration, we expand our willingness and ability to collaborate so that it meets our need to collaborate. Each of these approaches works in different contexts. In a given context, we therefore need to choose whether to use one or the other or some combination. These are the fifth and sixth key choices, which are explained in chapters 4 and 5. Conventional collaboration. The first, more common and conventional way that we can collaborate across difference involves circumscribing our collaboration and our collaborators. In conventional collaboration, we work across difference only within delimited and controlled contexts that are, or can be made to be, both low in conflict, meaning that differences and disagreements among collaborators can be contained or managed, and low in complexity, meaning that cause and effect can be known or discovered. This domain is shown as the lower left-hand quadrant of Figure 1. Point 1. Conventional collaboration looks like working in a well-functioning company or government department or a surgical or emergency response team, or like playing in an orchestra or on a sports team. It has more or less clear objectives and reporting relationships, where people know what they need to do and do what they're told, and where what they do produces the results they expect. It's organized hierarchically. The collaborators are aligned with and subordinated to the collaboration, the team, and its leaders, because they think that aligning and subordinating will enable them to better achieve their own ambitions and/or because they're loyal to the team or group, or afraid of being excluded. Leadership is centralized and relies on authority and expertise. But if we're in contexts that aren't and can't be made low in conflict and complexity, that are beyond our control, then conventional collaboration won't work. In these contexts, the conventional approach is to not collaborate with those with whom we're in high conflict, but rather to work apart from or around or against them. For example, organizational or sports teams might collaborate wonderfully with their teammates, but ignore or compete or only transact with outsiders. Nations might unite their citizens, but wall themselves off from or fight with their neighbors. Stretch collaboration. The second, more unconventional and unfamiliar way to collaborate, which is required when we need a collaboration but don't want to or can't narrow or circumscribe or control it, involves stretching to be able to work together anyway, with a broader range of collaborators across our silos. In stretch collaboration, we work across difference in contexts that are high in conflict, meaning that deep differences and disagreements among potential collaborators persist, and/or high in complexity, meaning that cause and effect can only be deduced in retrospect. Compared to conventional collaboration, stretch collaboration enables us to collaborate with a much broader range of people in a much broader range of contexts. It offers us many more options, and so presents many more opportunities and many more risks. Stretch collaboration looks less like working in an organization or team and more like working in a diverse and messy family, network, ensemble, ecosystem, coalition, or community. This type of collaboration is in play for divorced parents who can't stand to be together but share custody, colleagues who don't see eye to eye but need each other to get the job done, companies that partner in some areas and compete in others, or a broad tent, political or international coalition that includes parties with big differences uniting to exercise power. Stretch collaboration is organized horizontally. The collaborators are autonomous. They're not subordinate to the collaboration or its leaders, yet are choosing to work together in certain domains. Leadership is distributed. Stretching to collaborate across difference. We become more able to work with conflict and complexity and across larger domains by stretching in 3 dimensions. See Table Die. 1. Engaging with our collaborators, stretching away from focusing only on the collective goals and harmony of our collaboration, toward embracing both conflict and connection among us. Our 7th key choice, explained in Chapter 6. Engaging with our context. Stretching away from insisting on clear, sequential agreements about the problem, the solution, the plan, and who will do what, toward experimenting with different hypotheses and options. Our 8th key choice, explained in Chapter 7. Engaging with ourselves. Stretching away from only taking directions from others and giving directions to others, toward taking responsibility for our own role, for the impact of our thinking and acting, in our collaboration and context. Our 9th key choice, explained in Chapter 8. The 3 dimensions of collaborating. Conventional collaboration. Engaging with our collaborators. Prioritize the goals and harmony of the team as a whole, one superior whole. Engaging with our context. Agree on the problem, the solution, the plan, and who will do what, one best route. Engaging with ourselves, give and follow directions, one paramount leader. Stretch collaboration. Engaging with our collaborators. Embrace conflict and connection, multiple diverse wholes. How we work with others. Engaging with our context. Experiment a way forward, multiple emergent possibilities. How we advance the work of our collaboration. Engaging with ourselves, step into the game, multiple co-creators. How we contribute to our collaboration. To be able to collaborate across difference, we need to stretch in all 3 of these dimensions. In conventional collaboration, we need to make limited stretches, and in stretch collaboration, we need to make extended ones. These 3 stretches are challenging because they all require us to do the opposite of what feels obvious and natural in working together. The way many of us learned and were conditioned from our experiences in families, schools, and organizations. As summarizes, the three stretches require us to pluralize, to move away from paying attention only to one superior whole, best root, and paramount leader, toward attending to multiple diverse wholes, emergent possibilities, and co-creators. Stretching in three dimensions to collaborate across difference. These three stretches enable us to move away from enemy-fying others, whom we differ with and from, toward living and working alongside them, toward abiding, our 10th key choice.
If you are enjoying this book, then you belong in the Intellect Corner community. Why join? Because your voice shapes what gets made. You can request the books you want to hear and vote on other suggestions so I know exactly what to cover next. Plus, you'll get personalized reading recommendations from a community of people who share your taste. It's also the central hub. I run around 20 different channels, and the community is the easiest way to browse them, find the books you're looking for, and make sure you never lose access to our content if we ever move beyond YouTube. Click the link in the description to join Intellect Corner, and let's decide what to read next.
As I've said, collaborating across difference isn't straightforward or easy, but it's possible and worthwhile. You make your way forward not by following a straight road, but by repeatedly deciding to go one way or another among multiple options, by making choices. This book is organized around the 10 key choices that I have referred to in this introduction. Whom do you see as your enemies? When will you employ collaborating? With whom will you collaborate? How will you work with love, power, and justice? Where will you employ conventional collaboration? Where will you employ stretch collaboration? How will you stretch to embrace conflict and connection? How will you stretch to experiment a way forward? How will you stretch to step into the game? Will you abide? These 10 choices don't fit into a single, simple, straightforward decision tree. They can't be mapped or planned in advance, and there's no formula for what to do when. They are moves that you need to choose from based on the particular situation you're in at a particular moment, as you're feeling your way through it. My objective in writing this book is to help you make choices that enable you to more successfully do what you want to do. I've collaborated with Siobhan Wilkinson to illustrate these choices with playful drawings of dogs and cats, and with Ian Prinsloo to provide you with additional support to make these choices individually and in teams, practices at the end of each chapter, resources to supplement these practices, and a discussion guide. We want this book to enable you to work more effectively across difference to get where you're trying to go. The purpose of these practices is to help you work with people you don't agree with or like or trust. They offer you an opportunity to step back, reflect, and make intentional choices about what to do. These practices aren't easy, and they take time to learn. They'll guide you to explore key questions related to your own experiences and help you find your own answers. The supplementary resources section at the end of the book includes readings for further exploration. The practices can be done alone or in groups. For group work, follow these steps. 1. Have everyone answer the questions individually. 2. Share individual responses in the group. 3. Discuss the range of responses as a group. 4. Identify the collective responses that emerge. You can use physical techniques with each practice, expressing your responses through gestures or body position, or by using objects and images to create a visual representation of your reflections. With each practice, take time to write down or record in some way your responses to the questions. Your answers can be brief and unpolished. The goal is to surface your understanding and deepen your awareness. As we go through these practices, it will become clear that building a culture of stretching starts with ourselves, but doesn't end there. Sustainable change happens when we not only look at our own patterns and abilities, but also create systems, relationships, and spaces that help others to stretch too. The larger potential of these practices lies in the interplay between self-awareness and the collective context. The practices aim to highlight that connection, helping us find clarity within while also creating conditions around us that enable our collaborating to be inclusive, resilient, and transformative. A practice for moving from enemifying to understanding. This practice helps you notice when you are enemifying others. It lets you step back, reflect, and choose with whom and how to engage. When you feel frustrated, angry, or opposed to someone, pause and think through these questions. They can help you see whether you're making an enemy of someone, explore other views, and choose whether to shift how you engage. This practice might not be directly applicable in your context. Sometimes real threats or power imbalances make bridging to your enemies too risky. In such cases, you may need to ally with others, and these questions can help allies understand their situation and access their options. Notice the signals. What signals is my body sending about this person or group? Do I feel stress or tension? Where in my body? What emotions am I feeling? How is my body reacting? What memories or images come up? How does my body react to them? How is all of this affecting my focus and clarity? Notice the narrative. What event or experience initiated these feelings? Whom or what am I frustrated with? Is it a person, policy, or practice? What is the story I am telling myself about this situation? What parts of this story have a sound basis? What parts am I simplifying or exaggerating? What judgments am I making about their actions? Notice the enemifying pattern. How am I seeing this person simply as an enemy instead of as a complex human like myself? Be specific. How am I seeing this group simply as an enemy instead of as a dynamic group of individuals? Be specific. What assumptions am I making about their intentions? Am I focusing only on their harmful actions without considering other aspects of the situation? What power do I have in this relationship that could affect how we engage? Shift perspective. Is there any evidence, no matter how small, that they might not be trying to harm me? What might they be afraid of or trying to protect? What loss might they be trying to prevent? What about their situation do I need to understand that might explain their behavior? What would change if I saw them as a potential collaborator rather than as enemy? How does seeing them as an enemy affect my ability to address the problematic situation? Choose a response. How might I engage with them, acknowledging our differences but opening space for collaboration? What boundaries or workarounds might help us collaborate effectively? What options besides collaborating do I have with this person or group? What's one small action I can take to move toward a more constructive perspective? Reflect on the effects. What happens when I shift my perspective toward understanding rather than opposition? What differences do I notice in my body, emotions, and attitude? How does it affect my ability to address the problematic situation? What becomes possible? Develop a practice for stepping back and reflecting when you catch yourself making enemies. You could journal, walk, garden, anything that helps you slow down and become curious about your thoughts and feelings. Capture a few notes each time. Over time, you'll notice patterns in how you fall into enemifying and how you move out of it. One of the reasons we find collaborating across difference surprisingly difficult is that although we might assume it's obvious and straightforward, it isn't. As I explain in this and the next two chapters, we can't advance together by pushing straight ahead always, simply, and only. Always selecting a single option, simply seeing our situation in black and white, and only moving in one dimension. Instead, we must feel our way forward, selecting different options as each makes sense, seeing our situation in many shades of gray, and moving fluidly in 3 dimensions. In Chapter 7, I expand on how to feel our way forward. The first and most basic thing we have to understand about collaboration is that we don't have to do it, that it's a choice. When we're faced with a situation that we find problematic, that we want to be different than it is, we actually have four options, each of which has pros and cons. Working together or collaborating with others to change it, forcing it to be the way we want it to be, living with or adapting to it as it is, quitting or exiting from it. Sometimes we think or sense that we need to collaborate, that it's our best option, and sometimes that another way forward would be better. When will you employ collaborating? Sometimes people choose not to collaborate. I was so enthusiastic about what I'd experienced at Montfleur that in 1993 I quit my job in London, emigrated to Cape Town, and married Dorothy Bosack, the project organizer. I was keen to follow the thread I'd picked up there and to find ways to support collaboration to address complex challenges. Since then, my colleagues and I have led hundreds of such efforts all around the world. And through these experiences, I've discovered that the choice to collaborate is not as straightforward as I first thought. In 2003, for example, farmer activist Hal Hamilton and I initiated a large-scale collaboration that we called the Sustainable Food Lab. This initiative brought together companies such as Unilever, Walmart, and Starbucks, and non-governmental organizations such as WWF, Oxfam, and the Rainforest Alliance, plus farmers and researchers and government agencies, to accelerate progress toward a more sustainable global food system. During our months of convening the initial members of the lab, Hamilton and I talked with tens of food system leaders across the Americas and Europe about whether they'd be interested in participating. Many of them thought the lab would enable them to make better progress on their own sustainability objectives and agreed to join. And by mid-2004, we had a large and diverse enough group to be able to launch the initiative, which 20 years later is still going strong. But I also took note of the thoughtful arguments made by three organizations that did not agree to join. The executives of one global company said they'd prefer to pursue sustainability on their own in order to build their competitive advantage. The leaders of an international farmer organization said they'd be interested in being part of such a group, but not until they had built up their power and could engage with the participating corporations as equals. And the staff of a government agency said they saw their role as working apart from and above other organizations, so that they could make and enforce regulations without being accused of bias. All three of these actors had reasons why, in that context at that time, collaborating was not their best option. Meanwhile, on and off from 2000 to 2012, I tried to help some Venezuelan colleagues organize a broad, multi-stakeholder collaboration to address the severe economic, social, and political challenges facing their country. But time after time, our efforts ran up against the unwillingness of Hugo Chávez's revolutionary socialist government to participate in our project, so it never got off the ground. In 2011, a congressman from a Venezuelan opposition party told me a story about the extraordinary level of political non-collaboration. The government and the opposition members of Congress used to be able to work together in certain committees, he said, but now the government refuses to talk with us at all. The only conversation I have had recently with a Chavista was in the privacy of a men's room in the Congress, where one of them standing at the adjacent urinal whispered to me, "If you guys get into power, don't forget that we're friends, right?" What I eventually grasped was that the refusal of the Chávez government to participate in our project was not the result of a failure on their part to understand the principles or opportunities of collaboration. We didn't need to explain these again, more carefully and convincingly. They refused because their strategy was based in part on an opposite logical premise, that enemy-fying their political opponents as treasonous capitalist elites, dividing the population into black and white, friends and enemies, helped them retain the support of their popular base. In this case, then, from the perspective of the Chavistas, like other politicians in other countries, collaborating was not their best option. And over this period, while I was trying to help other people with their collaborations, I was having problems with my own. I had lots of difficulties getting along with people and long, quiet, sad estrangements. 4 times I had a drawn-out conflict with a different one of my business partners. In each case, we had personal and professional disagreements that became more harsh and sour, and that we weren't able to resolve. These experiences left me puzzled and embarrassed. I was worried that my inability to work out my ordinary conflicts meant that I was a fraud in guiding others to work out their extraordinary ones. It was only in Thailand that I understood what's involved in choosing to collaborate. In August 2010, I went to Bangkok at the invitation of a group of citizens, led by entrepreneur Sumit Champrasit, who were worried about the ongoing political conflict between pro- and anti-government forces, which was producing bloody protests. These citizens were frightened that the unrest, polarization, and violence might spiral out of control, in the worst case, into civil war. This group convened a team of leaders from across Thai politics, business, the military, the aristocracy, and civil society organizations, who represented many factions in the conflict and who mostly blamed one another for what was going wrong. They were, however, willing to work together in a project they called Scenario Thailand, on a question that mattered to all of them. What kind of Thailand do we want to leave for our children? I participated in these workshops and also in many smaller meetings with different actors, trying to help them find ways to resolve the conflict. In its particulars, Thailand's history and culture and values are unique, and for me, were bewildering. But Thais are also wrestling with political and social dynamics that are present around the world, so working with this team enabled me to come to a basic conclusion about what it takes to deal with these dynamics, about choosing to collaborate. The group worked between April and August 2013 to make sense of what was going on in their country. They shared their varied experiences and understandings with one another and also met with academic experts and ordinary people. From these intensive conversations, they discerned 3 complex challenges that Thailand faces: social and cultural tensions, economic and environmental pressures, and political and institutional constraints. They agreed that the future that would unfold in Thailand would depend not so much on the specifics of what Thais did to address these challenges as on how they address them. The group said there were 3 basic stances toward their country's challenges that Thais could take. They named these scenarios "We Adapt," "We Force," and "We Collaborate." In "We Adapt," Thais would simply get on with looking after themselves and their families and organizations, and leave addressing the larger societal challenges to others, especially the government and elites. This was the approach that most individuals and organizations were used to taking. In "We Force," many people would become involved in political movements to push for or impose top-down solutions to these challenges. They'd fight to win. Thais had taken this stance in the past, most recently during the political unrest of 2008 to 2010. And in "We Collaborate," many people would get involved in new cross-factional and cross-sectoral efforts to develop a multitude of bottom-up solutions. This approach had the least precedent in Thailand. Champrasit once quipped, "Here we think that collaborate means that you must agree with me." The group's key conclusion was that Thais wouldn't be able to address their complex challenges if the primary stance they took was either of the 2 most familiar ones: "We Adapt," or "We Force." The challenges were too complex and the society too polarized for a successful way forward to be dictated from the top down by any particular faction of experts and authorities. They'd be able to address their challenges only if the stance they took was the less familiar and more inclusive "We Collaborate." The team then created a movement in Thailand to build this capacity, which they called Collaborate We Can. I was happy with these conclusions because they accorded with my long-held belief in collaboration. In November 2013, I returned to Thailand to help the team finish writing up our report. Our thinking about what could happen in the country was, however, quickly being overtaken by what we could see on television was actually happening. The government had attempted to pass a law to give amnesty to politicians for offenses committed during previous periods of unrest, and hundreds of thousands of anti-government protesters who thought this law was corrupt organized mass rallies, pushed their way into government buildings, and demanded that the elected parliament be replaced by an appointed council. Mutual enemy-fying escalated, with each side denouncing its opponents as irrational, bad, or traitorous. The worst fear of the Thai team, that the country would descend into civil war, now seemed imminent. I was alarmed and disappointed at this collapse of efforts to enact a "we collaborate" scenario. Even more, I was surprised that so many of my Thai colleagues, convinced that at this juncture collaborating meant appeasing and capitulating, that is, falling into the despicable second version of to cooperate traitorously with the enemy. Were working to enact different variations of "we force" through their enthusiastic support for either pro- or anti-government actions. Throughout the first months of 2014, the political conflict in Thailand continued in the parliament, the courts, and the streets. The anti-government protesters occupied parts of central Bangkok, seized government buildings, and forcibly prevented the election of a new government. The government declared a state of emergency and tried to close down occupied sites. The two sides held talks to try to resolve the conflict, but these failed. Finally, in May 2014, the army implemented their own "we force" option. They staged a coup, established a junta to govern the country, declared martial law, censored the media, and arrested politicians and activists, including some from our team. Over these months of Thai history then, the three options the team had described had all been in play. But as the national crisis intensified, many Thais abandoned "we adapt" and "we collaborate" for "we force." They saw collaboration with their opponents and enemies as treacherous. They didn't see collaboration as their best option. As I spoke with my Thai colleagues about these dynamics, I came to see that the group had uncovered an archetypal framework for the options that are available, not only to Thais, but to all of us, to deal with the situations we find problematic. See Figure 1.1. Many people think of collaborating as the best and right default option, that we're all interconnected and interdependent, and ought to work together. This was the lesson I took from Montfleur, but that I now understood to be only partly and sometimes true. We can't work with everyone, or never work with anyone, so collaboration isn't always right or always wrong. In practice, we have to decide in each situation whether, when, and with whom to collaborate. Our potential collaborators aren't neatly divided between black and white. They are many shades of gray, so we have more potential collaborators than we conventionally think. We may make this decision rationally or intuitively, but in any event, we need to have a clear understanding of the opportunities and risks of each option. Collaborating. We try collaborating when we want to change the situation we're in, whether in our country, community, organization, or family, and think that we can do so effectively only if we work with others. We think that we can't alone know what needs to be done, or that, even if we can know, we can't alone succeed in getting it done. So we try to collaborate with others, to work together in a temporary or ongoing group, team, organization, committee, alliance, network, or partnership, to change our situation. Collaborating presents the opportunity, as we work with others, perhaps opponents and enemies as well as colleagues and friends, to find a more effective way forward and have a larger and more sustained impact on our situation. But collaborating isn't a panacea. The risk it presents is that it will produce too little too slowly, that it will lead to our compromising too much, or even being co-opted and betraying what matters to us most. In the early 1990s, for example, at Montfleur and beyond, South Africans chose to collaborate, including with their enemies, to effect a negotiated transition to democracy. Most of them believed that given the local and global situation and balance of forces, this was their best option. But this decision and the compromises it entailed were contested then, and still are now. Forcing. We try forcing when we think that we ought to change our situation and may be able to without working with others. We think that we, alone or together with our colleagues and friends, know best what needs to be done, and must and can impose this on others, regardless of what they want. We can do this imposing in many different ways, righteously or hesitantly, peacefully or violently, legally or illegally, openly or covertly, through elections, lawsuits, protests, campaigns, or armed struggle, motivated by ambition, aggression, idealism, or indifference. Using our ideas, skills, supporters, votes, authority, money, or weapons. Sometimes we force because our attempts at collaborating have failed. For example, when we go to court to impose a child custody agreement after custody negotiations have failed. Sometimes we collaborate in order to force, for example, when we lobby colleagues to support us to implement a major change to our organization. Forcing is a commonly used approach in interpersonal, professional, political, and other interactions. The opportunity offered by forcing is that it accords with a way of thinking that for many people is natural and habitual. They believe that in most situations, forcing is the best, perhaps even the only realistic, way to effect change. That in principle, it's right to use force for a just cause, and that not to do so would be wrong and cowardly. In 2014, the two sides in the Thai conflict tried to force the outcome they wanted, and then the military forced theirs. The risk of forcing, and of its shadow, enemifying, whether in politics, management, parenting, or other everyday interactions, is that as we try to push through what we think needs to be done, others who think differently will push back, so we won't achieve the outcome we intend, or worse, will descend into a downward spiral of violent tit for tat. Adapting. We try adapting when we think that we can't change or escape from our situation, so we need to find a way to live with it as it is. Adapting may require us to employ lots of intelligence and ingenuity and courage, but we do this within our context as it is. We believe that we aren't able to change what's happening outside our immediate area of influence. We can't change the rules of the game, so we must play it as well as we can. We therefore focus on doing the best we can, ignoring or avoiding or fitting into what's happening around us. Like forcing, this is also a common approach. Whether it's adapting to rainy weather, a nosy neighbor, traffic laws, or an organizational culture. Theologian Reinhold Niebuhr included this option in his prayer, "Lord, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference." The opportunity offered by adapting is that we can get on with living our life without expending energy on trying to change things we can't. Sometimes adapting works well enough for us, and sometimes it doesn't work well, but it's the best we can do. The three parties that declined to participate in the Sustainable Food Lab thought they could best achieve their objectives if they continued to work within the system as it was, rather than entering into a novel collaboration to try to transform it. The risk is that the situation we're in is so inhospitable that we'll be unable to adapt and will struggle even to survive. Exiting. We try exiting when we think we can't change our situation and we're no longer willing to live with it, that we'd be better off in a different situation or on our own. We can exit with fear, determination, or dignity. Through quitting our job, divorcing our spouse, severing trade ties, emigrating, going off the grid, or tuning out. Millions of Venezuelans, despairing of the crisis in their country, fled. Sometimes exiting is easy, but often it requires us to make big sacrifices. Choosing when to collaborate. Most of us, including the cat and dog circled in each of the drawings in Figure 1.2, use these four options at different times in different situations. Forcing, adapting, and exiting are more straightforward than collaborating in that with the former we decide and act by ourselves, whereas with the latter we decide and act together with others. Often we collaborate with our people to be able to force, adapt to, or exit from those people. Some people enjoy or are more comfortable with collaboration and reach for it as their first choice. Others find it frustrating and try it only when they think none of the other options are workable. And none of these options are necessarily stable or permanent, so we need to move among them as our situation changes, although they involve different orientations and mindsets, and moving among them thus requires stretching. We need to learn to choose skillfully and fluidly among these options. Elaborating the four options enabled me to understand better what I'd been doing during the times I'd been in conflict with my business partners. First, I would try adapting, seeking a way to do what I wanted to do while fitting into the status quo of the partnership, going along to get along. When this didn't work, I would try collaborating, but I wasn't able to make this work. I was afraid of conflict, worried that I would get hurt or lose face, so I shrank from it, attempting to keep things polite and under control. This prevented me from resolving our disagreements in a way that allowed us to continue to work together, and because I found the conflict so uncomfortable, I didn't see how we could continue to work together if we couldn't agree. In the end, I would try forcing, trying to get things to be the way I wanted them to be, even if my partner didn't. In some of these cases, I won, and my opponent was forced out of the partnership, and sometimes I was the one who exited. Perhaps this process, even though it produced discomfort and losses, was okay. We don't need to keep working with everyone. But my lack of skill in collaborating, and in particular my inability to stretch in the three ways described, meant that some of my partnerships that could have remained productive didn't. Choosing based on power. We can think about choosing among these four options through the lens of power. In Chapter 3, I discuss this and two other lenses. From this perspective, we choose the option of collaborating when the options of adapting and exiting are unpalatable and the option of forcing is impossible. We choose collaborating when we think we can change our situation, but can't do so unilaterally. Forcing when we can change our situation and can do so unilaterally. Adapting when we can't change our situation, but can live with it as it is. And exiting when we can't change our situation and can't live with it as it is. Put another way, we adapt or exit when others are more powerful than we are and so can force things to be the way they want them to be. We force when we're the more powerful, and we collaborate only when our powers are evenly matched and none of us can impose our will. This is why it's so difficult to initiate and enact collaboration in situations characterized by power imbalances. As I explain in Chapter 3, collaborating across power differences requires structuring the collaboration so that it's just. Choosing when to collaborate requires paying attention and working with power. Choosing reactively. Leadership coach Caitlin Frost pointed out to me that when we're reacting rather than consciously choosing, we may adapt or exit when we're frightened or because we simply don't like conflict, even if the other is not actually more powerful than we are or a serious threat to us. We may force when we're the more powerful and are hurried, frightened, vengeful, domineering, or reckless. And we may collaborate when we habitually identify as collaborative or are afraid of employing our power. Choosing when to collaborate requires recognizing and moderating our reactivity. Choosing with others. We can't, of course, choose to collaborate all by ourselves. It's easy to begin to collaborate when we and the others all agree that we need to. But often we think we need to and the others don't, or vice versa. The others are making the assessment that exiting or adapting, not dealing with us, or forcing, defeating us, is a better option than collaborating, working with us. In such circumstances, we can wait for their frustration, doubt, or desperation about the viability of their unilateral options, and hence their interest in collaborating to increase. Or we can act to increase their frustration, doubt, or desperation about the viability of their unilateral options, for example, by demonstrating that we're willing and able to employ countervailing force. Or we can act to increase their excitement, curiosity, or hope about the viability of collaborating, for example, by getting a third party to guarantee the safety of the activity. Choosing when to collaborate requires understanding and engaging with the choices that others are making. Choosing based on preferences. We may decide to collaborate not only because of the characteristics of the specific situation we're in, but also because of our general preferences. We may have reasons, political, social, cultural, psychological, spiritual, to prefer to be in collaboration in community and communion or not. Choosing when to collaborate requires recognizing our own preferences. Choosing based on ability. Finally, our decision to collaborate with certain others depends on our assessment of our ability to do so. If we think we're able to collaborate only with people we agree with and like and trust, then we'll limit our collaboration to that small domain, and outside of it, we'll force, adapt, or exit. The stretching explained in this book and the practices to support stretching enable us to collaborate with a broader range of people in larger domains, and therefore give us the option, enable us to choose, to collaborate more and to force, adapt, and exit less. Once we choose to collaborate. In summary, I have learned that collaborating isn't our only option, and so, in any given situation, we need to think clear-headedly about when to choose it. But let's say that, through whatever combination of reason, intuition, engagement, preference, and ability, we decide to go for it. The next 8 chapters explain the 8 other choices that follow from choosing to collaborate. A practice for making a thoughtful choice. This practice helps you explore all 4 options for addressing a difficult situation before you make a choice. Approach this exercise with an open mind. Instead of building a case for one option, reflect on each possibility. When you are exploring what's possible, it's important to note that while all options are possible, they aren't available to everyone equitably. Power dynamics, history, cultural norms, and so on matter. This practice helps you explore each option, identify its strengths, and assess the possibilities. It also asks you to consider choices that may be challenging due to your circumstances and background. Assess your habitual approach in difficult situations. Rate how often you use each of the following options in difficult situations on a scale of 1, not often, to 5, most often. I collaborate. I strive to work with others to find shared solutions. I force. I assert leadership, set firm boundaries, and move forward decisively. I adapt. I accept and adjust to my situation. I exit. I step away. Now, reflect on your responses. Which way of acting do you use most often? Which way of acting do you use least often? What emotions or feelings do you associate with each option? Are there circumstances that impact your choice? What are they? Which way of acting is influenced by your role or background? In what ways is it influenced? Which option could you be better at applying? Why do you want to get better at this? Explore a difficult situation. Think of a specific challenging situation in which it might be possible for you to force, adapt, exit, or collaborate. Reflect on the following questions. What is your first reaction in this situation? Which option do you instinctively move toward? What capacities, authority, skills, knowledge, experience, etc., are needed for each option? What resources, time, position, political, social, financial, emotional, spiritual, etc., are needed for each option? What level of risk, impact on well-being, sense of self, relationships, future opportunities, etc., comes with each option? What is at stake for you? Personal importance of each option and your big why. In choosing an option, shift your perspective. Now, reflect on these questions. What would be different or possible if you chose something other than your habitual approach? How does considering all four options, collaborating, forcing, adapting, and exiting, change your view of the situation? Given your reflection on the previous questions, what new possibilities do you see? Consider the perspectives of other key people involved. Of the four options, what do you see as their habitual approach in difficult situations? What capacities and resources do they have to choose any of the options? What is the risk for them in choosing each of the options? What is at stake for them in each option? How could you engage with them about these options to test your current knowledge of their perspectives? Take the next step. This practice isn't about choosing the right path, but about making a decision with greater clarity and awareness. Let these insights guide your next steps. With whom to collaborate? Not simply with friends and against enemies. It's impossible to collaborate with everybody, so choosing to collaborate includes choosing whom we'll do it with. Enemifying characterizes this choice as black and white. It divides the people around us into friends and enemies, us and them, those we can collaborate with and those we can't. But a closer look always reveals shifting shades of gray, that we have more potential collaborators, more options than we might think. Collaborating requires us to work in this gray area and to choose, pragmatically, whom to work with, whom to work without or apart from, and whom to work against. With whom will you collaborate? A world in black and white. Ever since my first experience at Montfleur in 1991, I've focused my professional attention on supporting people to collaborate with others they don't agree with or like or trust. And I discovered that much of the time, even in the most conflictual contexts, they can. So I've been surprised over these last years to discover that in more and more situations, people think they can't. These days, as always, war produces enemy-fying, and enemy-fying produces war, a front line dividing friends from enemies. Yet I've observed this same black and white perspective increasingly seeping into every kind of conflict, not only in actual wars. In many places, I've been over the past few years, I've noticed increasingly ferocious enmity against others, political and geopolitical opponents, people of other races, religions, and genders, foreigners and outsiders. In the town I live in South Africa, the battle between two camps formed around two ways to deal with disruptive wild baboons erupts in shouting matches. In my home country, polite Canada, short protests turn into long standoffs. In my project work, I've seen increasing unwillingness to work with opponents, including in the US between blue and red, and among factions within both blue and red, and internationally between the US and China. In climate projects, I've observed increasing mutual vilification of fossil fuel executives and environmental activists. I've listened to friends' distress at the polarization within their families, teams, communities, campuses, and political movements. And what surprised me in all of this has not been the differences and conflicts, but that so many people insist that their side is good and the other side is evil, and that there is no moral middle ground, that everyone must choose a side. More and more, online and in real life, people seem to be dividing others into us and them. We label others as our enemies, and they do the same, and this produces a vicious circle of separation, fear, anger, and violence. Collaborating across difference isn't extraordinary. It was in the midst of this pandemic of enemy-fying that, propitiously, Barrett Kohler invited me to prepare this new edition of Collaborating with the Enemy. And so, in June 2024, I began seeking out people in different places who I thought might give me new perspectives on the subject of collaborating across difference, a topic I'd been working on for decades and yet was finding increasingly difficult to make sense of. In search of such new perspectives, I spent September 2024 in a rarefied and relaxed setting, on a writing fellowship at the Paris Institute for Advanced Study, in the company of a motley assortment of international scholars of water planning, law, biotechnology, medical anthropology, environmental health, sociolinguistics, history, and transitional justice, among other subjects. They thought that my approach to writing about collaborating with the enemy as a practitioner rather than an academic was odd, but that my topic was relevant. Everyone could immediately recognize an example from their own personal or professional lives. Spending time at the Institute and in Paris provided me, as I'd hoped, with new ideas and enabled me to outline what I needed to change in this book. All of the fellows were housed at Cité Universitaire, University City, a sprawling campus of residences for students and scholars from around the world, labeled for French, German, British, American, Argentine, Mexican, Moroccan, Japanese, Canadian, and Cambodian residents, and so on, that had been constructed after the horrific First World War to participate in the construction of a peaceful world by creating a place where the young people of the world could learn to live together. When I was there, France had just gone through a divisive national election, where the right-wing National Rally Coalition won the largest number of votes in the first round and was defeated by a hastily assembled left-wing New Popular Front coalition in the second. And then a giddily unifying month of Olympic Games in Paris, supported by 45,000 diverse, energetic volunteers. So I was surrounded by big examples, old and new, of people collaborating against and with others. The basic correction to my thinking that the Institute Fellows gave me was that the collaboration that the title of this book implies is extraordinary. Working with people you don't agree with or like or trust is in fact ordinary. Urban historian Gruya Descu said about my title, "That's just everyday life in a city." And I realized that he was correct, that most of our interactions in a city like Paris, in shops and restaurants, on the bus and the street, at work, are with people of many backgrounds whom we may not agree with or like or trust. He and others pointed out many examples of collaborations among people that cross the boundary of friends versus enemies. Joint management of the sewer system in the city of Nicosia, which is divided and disputed between the Republic of Cyprus and the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. Italians who view immigrants as subhuman, but employ them nevertheless. The many complementary systems in the US, lobbying, payoffs, political contestations, different type of courts, through which everyday disputes are resolved. Committee meetings in a history department divided over the war in Gaza. Peace processes like that in Colombia, which converted battlefield enemies into parliamentary opponents. The governance of diverse peoples within the Ottoman Empire. I asked Russian archaeologist Pavel Lurje how his compatriots approached collaboration, and he simply replied, "Pragmatically. Humans have developed many pragmatic ways to work together across difference. The pragmatic question is this: will collaborating with these particular enemies help or hinder me in getting where I want to go?" We and they. Having these conversations in Paris drew my attention to the history of intellectual and political debates in Europe about how to collaborate with people we don't agree with, or like, or trust, especially in the aftermath of the Second World War, and how these have contributed to the messy continuing construction of the European Union. When I was a youngster, I came across a dramatic black and white photograph of two women who, after the liberation of Paris in 1944, were accused of being collaborators, of having had relationships with occupying German soldiers. They were being paraded down a street, shoeless, their heads shaved and clothes torn, jeered at by throngs standing on both sides of the street. This image stuck in my mind, and I use it to illustrate the second meaning of the word collaborate, to cooperate traitorously with the enemy. During one conversation with French colleagues, they implored me not to use the word collaborate in this book because it's associated so closely with these dastardly collabos. And when I shared this photo during a presentation at the Institute, one of the fellows pointed out that it actually illustrates both meanings of the word collaborate, as the people lining the street were collaborating with their neighbors to shame the two women. European political philosophers of this period debated how groups are formed and relate to other groups. Nazi jurist Carl Schmitt asserted that the essence of the formation of political groupings is friends versus enemies. Politics involves groups that face off as mutual enemies. The utmost degree of association is the willingness to fight and die for and together with other members of one's group. And the ultimate degree of dissociation is the willingness to kill others for the simple reason that they're members of a hostile group. When I published the first edition of Collaborating with the Enemy, my colleague Zaid Hassan warned me that any thesis that takes the categories of friend and enemy as essential is deeply problematic in that it risks being crypto-Schmittist. At the time, I didn't understand his point, but now I do. Dividing people between friends and enemies entrenches conflict and prevents peace. The upside of Schmittist polarizing and enemifying is that it enables us to delineate, energize, and mobilize our side. The downside is that it encourages everybody involved to simplify their understanding of what's happening and to rigidify their actions to deal with what's happening, which limits their capacity to find alternative, peaceful ways to work with the challenges they face. And an opposite, apolitical, homogenizing perspective is also inadequate for understanding what's going on and how to address it. In Australia, some of my white colleagues objected to the title of the book, saying, "We don't have enemies here. We're all mates." But Aboriginal colleagues approved of it, saying, "Settlers have been trying to erase us for centuries. We need to be able to notice and work with difference without essentializing it." Badescu pointed out to me that, in observing life in cities, Schmitt's opponent, German-American historian and philosopher Hannah Arendt, offered a different, pluralistic way to understand we as, in the words of scholars Wendy Pullen and Britt Bailey, the primary reality of all political life, corresponding to the human condition of plurality in inhabiting the earth. With respect to conflicts of identity, ethnic, national, and religious, we stands apart, certainly, from the individual or the world as a collection of individuals, but also from the oppositional, my camp against yours. Overly simple black and white definitions rarely suffice. Plurality is a play upon difference and similarity, based upon potentially infinite distinctions, both within groups and between groups, that are key to our humanity, where, in Arendt's words, we're all the same, that is, human, in such a way that nobody is ever the same as anyone else who ever lived, lives, or will live. The benefits or not of plurality may be debated, but as a primary quality of modern cities, it is sine qua non. For a city to be a city, it must be seen in such terms. In summary, we face strong forces, political, social, anthropological, cultural, and neurological, amplified by social media algorithms, that push us into dynamics of black versus white. To be able to collaborate with people we don't agree with, or like, or trust, we must look at our situation more carefully to discern its many shades of gray. This is what enables us to enact the practical option, what the South African joke Riley referred to as the miraculous option, of meeting, arguing, acting, and thereby finding new ways to move forward together. The gray area. Enemifying treats many people we don't agree with or like or trust, who are different from us or who differ with us, as enemies. We enemify in all spheres and at all scales, from families to organizations and communities to national and international relations. From close relatives and colleagues to distant, faceless others. and from people we think are rude or mean to those we think are participating in a system that oppresses us to those we think might kill us. I'm not saying that we must collaborate with everyone we consider our enemy. What I am saying is that, contrary to the first, commonplace view shown, there isn't a simple, principled, fixed, black versus white line between those with whom we must and must not collaborate. Sometimes we don't collaborate with our friends, perhaps because we don't need or want to. And sometimes we do collaborate with our enemies, perhaps because we need to resolve a conflict. We must choose, pragmatically, as in the second view, those with whom, in our particular situation and moment, we need to collaborate. The crucial point is that we can collaborate with more people than we conventionally think we can. In 1993, shortly after I moved to South Africa, I facilitated a strategy workshop for a radical Black political party, the Pan-Africanist Congress, PAC, which at the time was still committed to armed resistance to the apartheid government. I was impressed with their principled and uncompromising stance, but when I said this to Brian Feeney, a historian and politician from Northern Ireland, he replied, "The PAC is like the IRA, Irish Republican Army. They'd prefer to have 100% of nothing," sometimes maintaining a principled red line between those with whom we must and must not collaborate keeps us stuck. How can we make choices and advance in the gray area? Let's first clarify its boundaries. We can't collaborate with no one. We can't get much done entirely by ourselves, or by only ordering others around, forcing, or taking orders from others, adapting. So we need to collaborate with some people on some things, and we can't collaborate with everybody on everything. We therefore need to choose when to collaborate, on what, and with whom, and often against what and whom. Within this broad gray area, replete with the opportunities and risks created by diversity, difference, disagreement, complexity, contradiction, and conflict, we have many options as to whom we can work with, many more than simply with friends and against enemies. We collaborate in particular domains with particular others when we think we need to, and we don't collaborate in particular domains with particular others when we think we don't need to, when we think it would be better to force or adapt or exit. In all of the ambitious collaborations I've supported, the organizers have wrestled with this question of whom to include and exclude. In South Africa, the organizers of the Montfleur exercise decided to invite all the major political parties, including those from the right wing who had supported apartheid. Most of them accepted the invitation, and the result was described by one left-wing leader as a way forward of those committed to finding a way forward. And the organizers of Destino Colombia, a project in the midst of a civil war, described in, decided to exclude the drug cartels and the government of the day, which was suspected of ties to the cartels, but to include the illegal left and right wing armed groups who they thought represented legitimate political forces. And it was this extraordinary breadth of participation that generated the project's extraordinary breakthroughs. Later, one of the project organizers told me that he thought they had still been too aseptic in choosing collaborators, and that this had limited the project's impact, that they should have been more willing to stretch and get their hands dirty. The question of whom we'll collaborate with is rarely straightforward. Usually we collaborate with some people in order to be able to prevail over other people. And in doing this, we're often tempted to collaborate only with those we agree with and like and trust, until that group isn't broad and powerful enough to achieve our objective. In 2020, I supported a group of left-wing academics and activists who were concerned for the future of democracy in the US and wanted to build a strong coalition with a winning strategy, but they weren't willing to include people or framings from outside their narrow comfort zone. So they ended up not having much impact outside that zone. Nigel Topping, who built some of the world's largest coalitions to tackle climate change, bemoaned the obstacles produced by the narcissism of small differences. Choosing to collaborate necessarily includes choosing with whom to collaborate. It's easier and more comfortable to collaborate only with people we agree with or like or trust, but often this only gets us 100% of nothing. We therefore sometimes need to venture, happily or unhappily, into the gray area and to collaborate with some people we differ with or from. If we look carefully, we'll usually discover that we have more possible collaborators than we think. This practice will help you explore your openness to collaboration, reconsider potential collaborations, and find practical steps for working with people you might usually avoid. Reflecting on these questions will give you new perspectives on the ways that challenging collaborations can be both productive and transformative. Assess your habitual collaboration patterns. Think about current or past collaborations on initiatives that mattered to you and that you were committed to completing. Rate your willingness to work with the following types of people on a scale of 1, not willing, to 5, very willing. Someone with similar beliefs and values. Someone with different beliefs or values. Someone you've never collaborated with before. Someone on the opposite side of the issue. Someone you see as difficult. Someone you strongly disagree with. Someone with an aggressive communication or working style. Someone you fear might harm you. Now, reflect on your responses. Which types of people are you more open to working with? Which types of people are you less open to working with? What emotions or feelings do you associate with each type of person? How does your body react to these feelings or emotions? Are there circumstances that impact your choice of whom you would work with? What are they? Does your role or background influence whom you prefer working with? In what ways is it influenced? Assess a potential collaborator. Think of an important initiative that you're dedicated to progressing. Now consider a person or group you've been hesitant to work with on this collaboration. With that initiative and those people in mind, answer the following. What role do they play in the current situation? Why is addressing the situation important to them? Given the importance of the initiative, what value could they contribute? What strengths or perspectives might they bring? What makes working with them feel difficult or uncomfortable? What would need to change, e.g., mindset, approach, support, for collaboration to be possible? What supports or practices could help you collaborate more confidently and effectively with this person or group? Take the next step. Consider the following. What is a simple way to engage in the coming weeks with those people you've been hesitant to work with? What is a more involved collaboration effort you could invite them into over the coming months? What is a collaboration opportunity that would require their full participation? Choose one action you can take toward engaging this person or group constructively. Write it down, share it, and commit to trying it. By reflecting on these questions, you're challenging yourself to rethink assumptions and expand your ability to collaborate effectively, even with those you'd typically avoid. How to collaborate. Not only with love or power or justice. Collaboration works through the integration of 3 universal and complementary drives: the drive of the collaborators to come together and unite, the drive of each collaborator to meet their own needs, and the drive of the collaborators to be in good relationship with one another. I call these 3 drives love, power, and justice. Most of us are more comfortable with 1 or 2 of these drives, so we favor and rely on these, but all 3 are required for collaboration to work. If we aren't able to work with love and power and justice, then we won't be able to collaborate successfully and will therefore have to rely on forcing, adapting, and exiting. It's taken me 3 decades to grasp and articulate this fundamental theory and practice of collaboration. I articulated a partial version in Power and Love, and then extended it in Facilitating Breakthrough and Everyday Habits for Transforming Systems. I'm laying out a more complete version here because it provides an operating manual for collaboration, the crucial dynamics of collaboration that you need to understand and be able to work with, And I use the everyday words love, power, and justice, even though others use them in many confusingly different ways, because I think that when they're defined precisely, as I do in this chapter, they explain the essence of how collaboration works and how to make it work. How will you work with love, power, and justice? My journey to articulate this understanding of collaboration started with 1 minute of silence in a workshop in Guatemala in 1998. This dramatic incident enabled me to discover, gradually, why and how working with love, power, and justice is required to be able to collaborate successfully. Since 1960, the right-wing government of Guatemala had fought a civil war against left-wing rebels. The United Nations sponsored investigation of the war concluded that the government's deliberate and systematic destruction of indigenous communities constituted genocide. In 1996, the warring parties signed a set of peace accords. 2 years later, the workshop I was facilitating was the beginning of a project that brought together leaders from across the deep divisions of Guatemalan society: cabinet ministers, former army and guerrilla officers, businessmen, journalists, youth, indigenous people, to develop ways to implement these accords. On the third morning of the workshop, Ranulph Ochaita, a human rights investigator for the Catholic Church, told a story about having gone to an indigenous village to observe the exhumation of a mass grave from a wartime massacre. When the earth had been removed from the grave, Ochaita noticed lots of small bones and asked the forensic scientist supervising the exhumation what had happened. The scientist replied that the massacre had included pregnant women and that the small bones were of their fetuses. After Ochaita told this story in our workshop, the group fell completely silent for a long time. Then we took a break, and afterward continued with our work. In the years that followed, the members of the group collaborated in different configurations on many initiatives, including 4 presidential campaigns, contributions to the Commission for Historical Clarification, the Fiscal Agreement Commission, and the Peace Accords Monitoring Commission, work on municipal development strategies, an anti-poverty strategy, and a new university curriculum, and 6 spin-off national dialogues. Through these efforts, the group has contributed, against powerful countervailing forces, to the uneven, halting, fragile transformation of Guatemala. In 2000, when a research team from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology interviewed the group, several of the group members referred to this minute of silence to explain how they'd been inspired to collaborate to accomplish what they had. One of them said, "In giving his testimony, Ochaita was sincere, calm, and serene, without a trace of hate in his voice. This gave way to the moment of silence that, I would say, lasted at least 1 minute. It was horrible. It was a very moving experience for all of us. If you ask any of us, we would say that this moment was like a large communion." Another said, "After listening to Ochaita's story, I understood and felt in my heart all that had happened, and there was a feeling that we must struggle to prevent this from happening again." In the context of Roman Catholic Guatemala, a moment of communion suggests that the participants experience themselves to be, literally, parts of one body. Ochaita's story enabled the group to connect deeply to one another, to their situation, and to what they each needed to do. Love is the drive towards the unity of the separated. This incident in Guatemala amazed me and was at the center of my early theorizing about collaboration. I interpreted the silence that followed Ochaita's story as exemplifying love. Here I was, using the definition of love given by theologian Paul Tillich in his seminal 1954 book, Power, Love, and Justice: The Drive Towards the Unity of the Separated. This definition is related to, but different from, the common romantic understanding of love. I use this definition because it expresses precisely the experience I have had, in Guatemala and elsewhere, that collaboration involves the participants yearning to unite themselves and the parts of the system they represent into larger wholes. Love in this sense is the drive to make whole that which has become or appears fragmented. It arises from the reality that all of us are parts of larger wholes and expresses itself as community and belonging. In the workshop in Guatemala, love was the drive of the leaders to reknit a national social fabric that had been violently torn. Love is an antidote to enemifying. Collaboration always involves love in as much as it involves collaborators meeting, talking, listening, sharing, and uniting. When I told the story of the moment of communion to facilitator Laura Chasin, she commented, "Your story reminds me of something I learned when my husband had a terrible accident. He was swimming in a lake and a motorboat ran over him. The propeller cut a gaping gash in his leg. We rushed him to the hospital, but the doctor said that the wound was too large to be sewn up. The only thing we could do was keep the area clean and dry. The two sides of the wound will reach out to each other," the doctor said. "The wound wants to be whole." The dialogues you and I are involved in are like that. The participants and the human systems they are part of want to be whole. Our job as facilitators is simply to help create a clean, safe space. Then the healing will occur. We must work with love, but this isn't straightforward. If love is the drive towards the unity of the separated, then what's the whole? That is being reunited. We're all driven by love, but we often have different understandings of what we need to reunite. Typically, we're focused on reuniting the smaller wholes of our family or organization or community. There is no such thing as the whole, except in some cosmic sense. As poet Leonard Cohen wrote, "Though it all may be one in the higher I, down here where we live, it is two." Collaboration must work with love. Ignoring love is ignoring the reality that we're interdependent and need to work together to get things done. Indeed, to stay alive. Denying or shying away from love and belonging produces estrangement and enemifying. On the other hand, focusing only on love and unity, ignoring power and justice, produces sentimentality and anemia, or worse, a cynical reproduction of the status quo. Some people focus primarily on love and have told me that all you need is love, and misconstrued my assertion about the need for both power and love as the power of love. I think that both of these slogans are woefully incomplete. Collaboration that doesn't work with love, or that works only with love, doesn't work. Power is the drive towards self-realization. One of the members of the Guatemala team I became friends with was Clara Arenas, a researcher and activist who during the war had acted courageously to support endangered communities. When I visited her in Guatemala City in 2008, 10 years after our first workshop, she challenged the emphasis I'd been giving in my writing to dialogue, unity, and love. "Do you know," she asked me, "that last week, the coalition of civil society organizations I'm part of took out a full-page advertisement in the main newspaper here, saying that we would no longer participate in dialogues with the government. The government has said that a precondition for us participating in their dialogues is that we refrain from marching and demonstrating in the streets. But these actions are the main way we mobilize and manifest our power, and if dialoguing requires us to surrender our power, then we're not interested." This conversation with Arenas prompted me to enlarge my theorizing to take into account not only love, but also power. Here again, I found that Tillich's definition expressed precisely the phenomenon I was trying to make sense of. He defined power as the drive of everything living to realize itself, with increasing intensity and extensity. So power in this sense is the drive to achieve one's purpose. Power, too. It's the power that guerrilla gardeners are harnessing when they plant seeds in vacant city lots, relying on the drive of the seeds to realize themselves and to thereby create green spaces. This definition of power is different from the common understanding of power as power over. When political scientist Stephen Lukes wrote his classic 1974 book, Power, A Radical View, he equated power with domination, But 30 years later, he revised his view. It was a mistake to define power by saying that A exercises power over B when A affects B in a manner contrary to B's interests. Power, as domination, is only one species of power. So power over is a subset of power too. Collaboration, then, is driven by the participants yearning not only to unite, but also to realize themselves. Power arises from the reality that each of us, each person, team, organization, community, nation, is a whole in ourself. Power expresses itself as identity, purpose, ambition, and agency. In Arenas' story, power was the drive of both the government and the civil society organizations to assert and defend their own interests. I grasped the complementarity of power and love when I read a speech by civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr., who wrote his doctoral dissertation on the work of Tillich, in which he said, "Power, properly understood, is nothing but the ability to achieve purpose. It's the strength required to bring about social, political, and economic change." And one of the great problems of history is that the concepts of love and power have usually been contrasted as opposites, polar opposites, so that love is identified with the resignation of power and power with the denial of love. Now we've got to get this thing right. What we need to realize is that power without love is reckless and abusive, and love without power is sentimental and anemic. It's precisely this collision of immoral power with powerless morality which constitutes the major crisis of our time. Collaboration always involves power inasmuch as it involves harnessing our power to get things done, our power with fellow collaborators, and our power against the status quo and those who are maintaining it, and sometimes to be able together to exercise power over those people, to force them to change. Collaboration employs power through each of us asserting our own animated and agential wholeness, recognizing and bringing together the different types of assets that we each can contribute: energy, authority, money, technologies, weapons, ideas, followers, to increase our individual and collective impacts. We must work with power, but this isn't straightforward. All of us are driven by power, but we have different understandings of what power needs to be used to do. Typically, we're focused on our own power, or that of our family, or organization, or community. When we collaborate, we therefore usually, not exceptionally, generate competition and conflict. When we're collaborating, we're also negotiating. And the 1981 negotiation book, Getting to Yes, was groundbreaking in its focus on the collaborators' interests and needs, their power, rather than only their positions. Collaboration must work with power. Ignoring power is ignoring the obvious everyday reality of self-realization, self-centeredness, and self-interest. Denying or shying away from power and agency produces impotence and passivity. Some people think that this reality drives most of what happens in the world, and they therefore focus primarily on power. But focusing only on power, ignoring love and justice, produces, as King observed, recklessness and abuse, or worse, genocidal realpolitik. Collaboration that doesn't work with power or that works only with power doesn't work. I shared my thinking about the complementarity of power and love with Arenas, and she replied, "I see a certain navet in your vision of a balance between power and love, in which things can be improved, leaving everyone satisfied. How can that be? In a context of great imbalance or inequity, as in Guatemala, how can poverty be uprooted without some sectors of society, of power, of course, being very dissatisfied? It's their economic interests which will be affected. I think that balance and satisfaction for all are possible in the realm of discourse, but not when you go down to real politics in a context of enormous inequality." Arenas was pointing to what I now understand to be the third requirement for collaboration: justice. Tillich defines justice as the form in which the power of being activates itself, and through which love performs its work. This means that the power and love of collaborators, their drives to realize themselves and to unite, can both be expressed only if they see the form or structure of the collaboration, the way decisions are made about who is included and about how power differences are handled, as adequately fair and just. As Arena said, in the absence of justice, power and love cannot be balanced or reconciled. Justice arises from the reality that we're all related. It expresses itself as solidarity and reciprocity, the golden rule of treating others as we would want to be treated. Collaborating involves uniting multiple wholes into one whole, and so involves being both one and many. At the wedding of my son, Alan, I toasted him and his bride, Olivia, with my wish for them to become one and also properly two. For the one and the many to co-evolve, the relationships among them must be healthy and just. We must work with justice, but this isn't straightforward. We're all driven by justice, but often have incommensurately different ideas of how to assess justice and who is being treated unjustly. Typically, we think it is we who are suffering, and it's difficult to make a structure more just when the people who are benefiting from the current structure fight to maintain their power, positions, and privileges. Collaboration, whether in a family, a community, an organization, or an international negotiation, must work with justice. Ignoring justice is ignoring the reality that collaborators who think or feel that they're being treated unfairly won't participate. They won't contribute their drives to the collaboration, or they'll use their drives to try to block it. Denying or shying away from justice and reciprocity produces one-sidedness and exclusion. Some people, outraged by injustice, focus primarily on justice. But focusing only on justice, ignoring love and power, produces harshness and sterility. Collaboration that doesn't work with justice, or that works only with justice, doesn't work. Choosing to work with love and power and justice. In the King's speech I quoted earlier, he went on to say, "Power at its best is love implementing the demands of justice, and justice at its best is power correcting everything that stands against love." 10. King thought that love, power, and justice are all required to realize societal progress. I think that all three are required to realize successful collaboration. The bold-faced text on the front cover of a collaboration operating manual would read, "Collaboration that doesn't work with love and power and justice doesn't work." As I said earlier, focusing only on belonging creates sentimentality and anemia. Focusing only on agency creates recklessness and abuse. And focusing only on reciprocity creates harshness and sterility. Most of us are more comfortable with only one or two of these drives and tend to default to employing those. But if we want to collaborate successfully, we must work with all three. These three drives are in permanent tension and don't fit together neatly or stably. Achieving a productive balance therefore requires us not simply to play to our strengths or to weaken our stronger drives. It requires us to strengthen our weaker ones. Collaborating is a dynamic dance that involves constantly getting out of balance and then rebalancing, like riding a bicycle on a bumpy road. We become able to collaborate across difference, to work with people we don't agree with or like or trust, to escape from black and white enemy-fying, by choosing to work with love and power and justice. A practice for balancing love, power, and justice. Collaboration works when you use love and power and justice. We all have biases that shape our approach, sometimes helping us and sometimes limiting us. This exercise will help you recognize your biases, reflect on a tough collaboration, and find ways to integrate all three drives in your interactions. Assess your habitual approach in difficult situations. Rate how often you use each of the following drives when collaborating with others on tough challenges on a scale of 1, not often, to 5, most often. I focus on our unity, on acting together as one. I focus on influence, contribution, and effectiveness, on each of us getting what we need. I focus on fairness, equity, and reciprocity. Now, reflect on your responses. Which of the three do you tend to prioritize? What do you value about this approach that makes it appealing to you? Which one do you tend to overlook or struggle with? What makes this approach difficult for you? What emotions do you associate with each drive? Are there circumstances that affect your approach? What are they? How is your way of acting influenced by your role or background? In what ways is it influenced? Examine a difficult collaboration. Think of a person or group you've been hesitant to work with in a challenging situation that matters to you. Maybe someone you avoid or with whom you feel tension. With them in mind, consider the following. Which of the three drives, love, power, or justice, is most activated for you in this collaboration? Why does this approach feel so important to you? How have love, power, and justice shaped or distorted your view of this person or group? Do you see them as too controlling, too sentimental, too rigid, too harmful, unfair, or uncaring? Find balance. Choose the drive you struggle with most, love, power, or justice, and brainstorm one concrete action to incorporate into your next interaction with this person or group. If you over-prioritize love, how can you introduce more power, assertion, or justice, fairness? If you over-rely on power, how can you bring in more love, engagement, or justice, fairness? If you over-focus on justice, how can you incorporate more power, assertion, or love, engagement? Take the next step. Consider the following question. How might consciously moving between love, power, and justice, highlighting one while keeping the others engaged, change your ability to work with those you'd normally avoid? Let your response guide your next steps. Small adjustments can lead to big changes in collaboration. Conventional collaboration works in contexts with low conflict and low complexity. This chapter on conventional collaboration and the next one on stretch collaboration present the core contribution of this book. Two complementary ways to work together across difference that are effective in different contexts. We need to use them both and to choose when to use each. Conventional collaboration is the way most collaboration is done, although not always well or successfully, and the way most people think collaboration has to be done. It addresses the challenge of collaborating across difference by limiting or narrowing the scope of the collaboration to a set of activities that are or can be made to be low in conflict and complexity, and the breadth of the collaborators to those willing to prioritize the interests of the team over their own. And it works in contexts where these two limitations are feasible. Conventional collaboration works like an orchestra with a conductor, producing results through harmonizing individual contributions, making and following a plan, and directing who will do what. Where will you employ conventional collaboration? The upside of top-down. In November 2024, I was invited to a conference in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates, and decided to go there a few weeks early to conduct interviews for this book. I was both curious and nervous to spend time asking questions about collaborating with the enemy in a region that was in the middle of a metastasizing war. I didn't have any particular expectations for the visit, but thought that it might give me a fresh angle. And it did. It enabled me to understand conventional collaboration in a new way. What I knew about Dubai was that it has been growing spectacularly, experiencing a 35-fold increase in population over the past 50 years, mostly through immigration. It has the busiest international airport, the most visited mall, and the tallest skyscraper in the world. It is a prominent startup hub and an IT-enabled smart city. It contains an indoor ski resort and a luxury housing development on a palm tree-shaped artificial island. I was hosted by the Dubai Future Foundation, which was founded by Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the ruler of Dubai, with the invocation, "The future belongs to those who can imagine it, design it, and execute it." It isn't something you await, but rather create. And carved calligraphy of this quote covers the fantastic toroid-shaped surface of the Foundation's Museum of the Future. I also knew that 90% of the population of Dubai is non-Emirati, from all over the world. At the swimming pool in my hotel, I noticed one woman wearing a niqab and abaya that covered her whole body, and another a bikini. A cliched observation, but nevertheless an example of more peaceful coexistence across difference than would be the case in most places I've been. Down the road in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, I visited the newly built Abrahamic Center, which contains a Muslim mosque, a Christian church, and a Jewish synagogue, all precisely the same size. The UAE has a ministry of tolerance and coexistence. I wondered how such a diverse population managed to live and work together and get so much done. One day, I had an interview scheduled in a meeting room in a robotics laboratory. And while I was waiting for it to start, the director of the lab, Khalifa Al-Kama, offered to give me a tour. When I'd been a physics student, I'd enjoyed working in electronics labs, and so was excited to look around this high-tech facility. I asked Al-Kama my question about how Dubaians are able to collaborate across difference, and he waved his arm toward his team of engineers at their workstations. I don't even want to tell you all the nationalities we have working here. Looking at them, I guessed that he meant some unlikely mixture of Emiratis, other Arabs, Israelis, Iranians, Indians, Chinese, Russians, Americans, and Europeans. The key is respect for each person's technical contribution, the space and freedom for everyone to do their work without being micromanaged, and optimism. We're building things and growing. This brief exchange enabled me to appreciate a way of working together that I'd seen before but hadn't been paying attention to. These diverse engineers were combining their energies and skills, their technical contributions, to be able to execute complicated projects. They were paid well and lived with their families in a well-functioning modern city. Those who weren't Emirati had work permits tied to their jobs and weren't eligible to become permanent residents or citizens, but on balance, thought that within this limit they were getting a good opportunity. I imagined that they didn't have many political or personal conversations at work, that everyone left their non-professional identities and opinions at the door. I asked Al-Kama where this way of working together came from. I had a mentor who told me that the Dubaian way is to live and let live, he replied. Maybe it comes from having been a trading center for centuries. This self-image of Dubaians as traders, which I heard many times, struck me as significant. A trader is open to doing business with strangers, doesn't have to agree with or like them, and has to trust them only to adhere to their agreement. What matters to traders is making a mutually beneficial deal. I asked everybody I met in Dubai, Emiratis, and foreigners, the same question about collaborating across differences and heard similar answers over and over. Talented and hard-working people come to Dubai from all around the world. Compared to the countries they come from, they earn a good living and feel safe. The state sets strict rules, whether about work permits, drunk driving, having children out of wedlock, or political dissent, and if you break them, punishment can be harsh. The government and corporations keep launching audacious projects and make decisions from the top down to start and stop them quickly. One day, I attended a workshop on inclusion, diversity, belonging, equity, and accessibility at the Abu Dhabi campus of New York University. I wondered how this subject was being approached in the UAE, and I was aware, as a Jewish man in a group composed mostly of Muslim women, of my wish to fit in. The emphasis of the workshop was on how workplaces could be made more inclusive, especially with respect to differences in religion, culture, and citizenship. I found it more matter-of-fact than similar events I'd participated in North America. I spoke with an African-American woman working in Abu Dhabi, who told me how much more comfortable she felt to be living there than in the United States because she and her family were safer and treated with greater respect by others, including the police, although she noted that a colleague of Indian origin, who was sometimes mistaken for a domestic worker, had a different experience. The impression I came away with was of a way of being together with difference that emphasizes the basics: security, harmony, tolerance, and fairness. I was impressed by what I observed in the UAE, and it did indeed give me a fresh angle on collaborating across difference. In particular, it caused me to fundamentally change my perspective on conventional collaboration and the contribution it can make. One of the revised basic messages of this book is therefore that there are two ways, not one, to address the core challenge of collaboration that I posited in the introduction: narrowing the gap between the collaboration we need and the collaboration we're willing and able to do. In the first edition of this book, I'd written, focused as I was on the extraordinary multi-stakeholder coalitions I'd been working with, that conventional, constricted collaboration is becoming obsolete. I now think this was incorrect. Conventional collaboration has limitations, and in certain contexts can't work. But in many other contexts, it can work well, and it remains the dominant way people understand and undertake collaboration. Conventional collaboration, done well, is a valuable and widely applicable option. Although my time in the UAE enabled me to understand more clearly the characteristics and advantages of conventional collaboration, of course, this way of collaborating isn't only employed in the UAE, and it isn't the only way of collaborating employed in the UAE. Conventional collaboration looks like well-executed teamwork, as it's practiced in many teams, whether these are in robotics labs or families, on concert stages or sports fields, or in business, government, or nonprofit organizations. It functions like any group that has clear limits and boundaries and a directive boss: an orchestra with a conductor, an operating room with a lead surgeon, a football team with a coach, a clan with a matriarch, a corporation with a CEO, a nation with a ruler. Conventional collaboration is, in many contexts, simply a familiar and reliable way of living and working together. Some of us find this way comfortable and obvious, and others find it confining and oppressive. The assumptions underlying conventional collaboration. In retrospect, I can see that my early education and work experience taught me the key principles of conventional collaboration. In 1979, I started an undergraduate degree in physics at McGill University in my hometown of Montreal. I enjoyed spending my evenings calculating solutions to mathematical problems, and got perfect marks on exams because beforehand, I'd worked through the correct answer to every question in the textbooks. In the summer of 1981, I attended a global conference of scientists concerned with big problems such as nuclear war, and wrote a conference paper that made a logical but naive argument for using planes rather than satellites to monitor compliance with arms treaties. A faculty advisor used a phrase to criticize my paper that I'd never heard before: "Don't let the best be the enemy of the good." And I was surprised by his suggestion that there isn't simply one correct answer. At this conference, I heard a presentation on the environmental problems of energy production, and was attracted to working on this important public issue. So in 1982, I started a graduate degree in energy and resources at the University of California, Berkeley, that trained students in the rational assessment of complex policy issues. My master's thesis proved that the Brazilian government program to substitute sugar-based alcohol for gasoline was uneconomical. Then I did a series of short research jobs in the United States, France, Austria, and Japan. In each of these places, I was given the same kind of assignment: figure out, for some complex issue, the optimum policy response. After I graduated from Berkeley in 1986, I was hired as a corporate planning coordinator at Pacific Gas and Electric, the utility for Northern California. The essence of my job was to come up with quick and succinct answers to business questions posed by the company's executives. I once attended a strategic planning retreat of the company's executive committee and was shocked to see them make decisions based not so much on the analyses that my colleagues and I had prepared as on their habits and power plays. Then, in 1988, at 27 years old, I got a job in the global planning department of Shell in London. During these years, the most common feedback I got was that I was intelligent but arrogant, which I thought was an acceptable trade-off. Shell people had a similar reputation, so when I got there, I thought I fit right in. Shell's planning department was staffed with bright people recruited from across the company and from external think tanks. Our job was to challenge Shell executives to pay attention to changes in the world that could present new business risks and opportunities. We did this by reading and talking with people from around the world, and then arguing among ourselves for months and months about what we were noticing and what it meant, and then constructing scenarios of possible futures. The window of my office looked down on the British Houses of Parliament, and I fancied that we, like the parliamentarians, were employing robust and reasoned debate to find the best answers. By this time, then, I was confident that I knew how to solve tough problems. The model I'd internalized from all of my training and from the positions I'd had, close to the bosses of these establishment organizations, had three basic steps. 1. Smart people think through the problem and the solution and make a plan to execute this solution. 2. They get the people in authority to approve this plan. 3. The authorities instruct their subordinates to execute the plan. This all seemed obvious and reasonable to me and has continued to be more or less the way I've managed the simpler organizations and projects I've been responsible for. For each team, I've focused on making explicit its purpose and objectives, its boundaries and roles, who's in and what's expected of them, our plan, and who will take what decisions. And this approach has, more or less, worked well. The structure of conventional collaboration. The primary characteristic of conventional collaboration is that it's hierarchical, in that the team or organization as a whole is prioritized over its members. The collaborators are, sometimes eagerly and sometimes reluctantly, aligned with and subordinate to the collaboration. This way of collaborating is superficial in that the collaborators are treated primarily as parts that must fit into the collaborative whole, as human resources, more than as wholes in themselves. They may have deep differences and disagreements, but when they move from their private spaces to the team space, they leave at the door all of these that are not work-related, like the 1994 Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy that the U.S. military adopted toward LGBTQ service members. The job of a boss at every level in the hierarchy is to take responsibility for the performance and health of their team. And one of the ways they exercise this responsibility is by using their authority, when they need to tell their subordinates what to do. In conventional collaboration, this hierarchical control of the collaborators is paralleled in the hierarchical control of the work of the collaboration. Conventional collaboration applies in both clear and complicated contexts, where for every technical problem there is a best solution. This approach relies on authority and expertise to manage what happens in the collaboration and among the collaborators, through a linear process of obtaining, through consensus or direction, agreement on what the problem is, what the solution to that problem is, what the plan to implement that solution is, and who will do what to implement that plan. Conventional collaboration, used well, reduces clutter, confusion, conflict, and complexity. It's the approach I've seen most often as an employee of and consultant to all kinds of organizations all around the world. In my personal and working life, I'm enthusiastic about reducing conflict and complexity, so it's the approach I've employed most often. It's the approach I've used in writing this book, for which I solicited feedback from hundreds of people but took all of the final editorial decisions myself. It's the most common default way of working together because it's familiar, simple, and decisive. How to make conventional collaboration work. Meyer Kahane was a much-admired South African businessman who built SA breweries into the second-largest beer company in the world. He was known for saying, "Keep it simple." In 1997, President Nelson Mandela appointed him to serve for 2 years as the CEO of the SA Police Service, SAPS, which was in disarray. I once conducted an interview with Kahane in which he bemoaned the difficulty of getting SAPs to operate effectively. And one example he gave was the fact that he had to report to two bosses, the National Police Commissioner and the Minister of Safety and Security. He quipped, "I believe in having one God, one wife, and one boss." As I've noted elsewhere, conventional collaboration works in contexts that are, or can be made to be, low in conflict and complexity. In other words, relatively simple. It works with diverse collaborators, including ones that don't agree with or like or trust one another, but only those who are willing to align with and subordinate themselves to the collaboration. Apparently, Kahn was more successful in employing this way of working in the established private sector SA breweries than in the newly shaken-up public sector SAPS. The operating manual for conventional collaboration explains how to make choices to integrate the simple, stable, delimited expressions of love, power, and justice. The love or unity of the collaborators required to collaborate is achieved simply through each collaborator's fitting in or conforming themselves to the collaboration, including by limiting how much of their whole selves they bring to performing their role, being a good fit. The power or self-realization of every collaborator is aligned and harmonized to produce the power of the collaboration as a whole, simply through each collaborator's playing their role in the team, doing their job. The collaborator's room for independent action and dissent is limited to what's required for them to do this. The justice or structure of the relationships required to effect the collaboration is achieved simply through each collaborator's being treated fairly, decent work, although with limited rights and voice. Conventional collaboration deals with conflict and enemy-fying among team members by saying to them, in essence, "You have a job to do, and we need you to leave such issues at the door and to be a team player." Conventional collaboration integrates these simple expressions of love, power, and justice to move forward together. Anyone who's managed any organization, however, knows that such integration is never easy or straightforward. It requires ongoing, thoughtful reconciliation of love, the partness of every collaborator in the whole of the collaboration, power, the wholeness of every collaborator, and justice, the relatedness among the collaborators. It requires constantly being out of balance and acting to rebalance. It requires choosing to stretch. I once described this challenge to a group of interim managers in the Netherlands, people whose profession is to step into organizations to manage special projects or fill in for managers who are on leave. And one of them commented that I was describing the essence and entirety of the job of a manager. That's all we do every day. Conventional collaboration is common and stable, and for many people sensible and attractive. But other people find it unacceptable. They aren't willing to simply fit in, do their job, and accept limited rights. Where conventional collaboration doesn't work. Conventional collaboration works within a certain limit, in context with low conflict and low complexity, whereas in an orchestra, the collaborators will more or less act as one, follow the plan, and do as they're told. But beyond that limit of management or control, conventional collaboration doesn't work. A few years ago, I was working on a project with the director of a Dutch government department. His staff hadn't done what we'd agreed they'd do, and I asked him why he didn't simply direct them to. "That approach," he replied, "doesn't work here anymore." My expectation that our project would operate as a conventional collaboration didn't fit the context. My family has taught me this same lesson over and over. Directing doesn't work in all contexts. During my conversations in the UAE, I heard hints of such limits. I was told that social complexity is increasing because some Emiratis want more freedom and democracy, and some foreigners want more representation and rights, and that economic complexity is making top-down command and control less feasible. My colleague, Ioannis Chrysostomidis, describes a project he is leading in Abu Dhabi with a stretch version of the orchestra analogy I gave earlier. I describe our client as the orchestrator of collaboration across the sector. But in this context, orchestrator doesn't imply a top-down planner or director. It's more about enabling alignment, coherence, and shared direction across a diverse set of players, less command and control, and more about flow and facilitation. We took inspiration about the role of a conductor from Ben Zander's book, The Art of Possibility, where he describes the conductor not as the one who directs, but as someone who enables others to shine. That framing feels more aligned with the kind of collaboration we're aiming for in complex, adaptive systems like the one we're working in. In the UAE, as elsewhere, conventional collaboration works in some contexts and stretch collaboration in others. We also can't make conventional collaboration work beyond the limit of the organization or system that we manage or control. We can treat as externalities what's going on outside our organization, in other organizations, and in the communities, societies, and natural environment within which we're entangled, and choose to force, adapt to, or exit from these outsiders. Or we can try to employ stretch collaboration to work with them. A top international UAE trade and investment official explained mischievously their approach to engaging with other countries that are beyond the limits of UAE authority. During 2024, our president made state visits to China, India, Russia, and the United States. Our pragmatism enables us to build productive relationships. We don't have a Western moral compass that sorts everyone into good or bad. We engage aggressively with everyone. The UAE is employing stretch collaboration in these external collaborations. This example illustrates the way that conventional and stretch collaboration can be integrated in a T shape with individual teams, organizations, nations, etc. Employing a combination of conventional and stretch collaboration to work together within their own boundaries or silos, and stretch collaboration to work together across their silos. Conventional collaboration works well in contexts with low conflict and low complexity, and doesn't in contexts with high conflict and/or high complexity. In your context, then, where will you employ conventional collaboration? A practice for choosing where to employ conventional collaboration. As you think about a collaboration that you want to undertake, or are in the midst of undertaking, take time to reflect on the following questions. There are no right or wrong responses, just clues about the context of your initiative and how to approach it. To what degree do you expect differences and disagreements to be easily managed or quietly addressed? To what degree do you see the work as dealing with a clear problem with a clear solution? To what degree do you see fitting in as the main way for participants to participate in the collaboration? To what degree do you expect participants to stay in their lanes and focus on doing their jobs? To what degree is fairness defined by decent treatment? Now, reflect on your responses. In what ways would your initiative be served by conventional collaboration? In what ways would this approach be limiting? If you were to employ a conventional collaboration approach, what would be the leadership structure? What would be the decision-making process? Who would be involved? How would disagreements and conflicts be addressed within the team? How would goals and objectives be established for the initiative? What would be the process for developing strategies to achieve the goals and objectives? What role would expertise and authority play in guiding the work of the group? What role would learning and adaptation play in the work of the group? Stretch collaboration. Works in contexts with high conflict and/or high complexity. Stretch collaboration isn't the conventional way to work together, so many people think that it can't accomplish much or isn't even possible, but this isn't so. Stretch collaboration is possible, and it enables us to work together even in contexts with high conflict and/or high complexity. It addresses the challenge of collaborating with people we don't agree with or like or trust by relaxing the assumption that a collaboration and its collaborators must be narrowly circumscribed. It works like a family or community or ecosystem that gets things done together, messily, without necessarily being united or harmonious, or having a shared understanding of what's happening or ought to happen, or following a single leader. It's a valuable option that complements conventional collaboration and that requires stretching beyond what's comfortable, and thereby offering additional opportunities and risks. Where will you employ stretch collaboration? How to end a civil war. My experience in 1991 at Montfleur gave me my first glimpse of stretch collaboration, like an unfamiliar landscape on a dark night that is momentarily illuminated by a bolt of lightning. But it was only 5 years later, in the middle of the armed conflict in Colombia, that I was able to make out clearly how this way of collaborating works and how it differs from the conventional approach I'd been trained in. I tell this extraordinary story because it illustrates in bright colors an unconventional approach that I think is equally relevant in more ordinary contexts, in our homes and neighborhoods and workplaces. When I first went to Colombia in 1995, it had for decades been one of the most violent countries in the world, with armed clashes among the military, the police, two left-wing guerrilla armies, right-wing paramilitary vigilantes, drug traffickers, and criminal gangs. The conflict had killed hundreds of thousands of civilians and forced millions to flee their homes. A young politician named Juan Manuel Santos had recently visited South Africa and met with his hero, Nelson Mandela, who told him about the Montfleur project. Santos thought that such a collaboration might help Colombians find a way out of their conflict. And when he returned home, he, together with businessman Manuel Jos Carvajal, organized a meeting in Bogotá to discuss this possibility and invited me to come and talk about my experience. The meeting involved generals, politicians, professors, and company presidents. Several leaders of the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, FARC, participated by radio from a hiding place in the mountains. The participants were both excited and nervous to find themselves in such a heterogeneous group. Most of them saw the others as enemies. Rosa Abella, a Communist Party city councilor, spotted a paramilitary warlord across the room and asked Santos, "Do you really expect me to sit down with this man, who has tried to have me killed 5 times?" Santos replied, "It's precisely so that he doesn't do so a 6th time that I'm inviting you to take your seat." The participants in this meeting agreed to initiate a project called Destino Colombia, Destiny Colombia. An organizing committee convened a group of 42 people who represented the conflict in miniature: military officers, guerrillas and paramilitaries, activists and politicians, business people and trade unionists, landowners and farmers, academics, journalists and young people. This group met 3 times over 4 months for a total of 10 days at an inn in the countryside outside of Medellin, and I facilitated these workshops. Both of the illegal, armed, left-wing guerrilla groups, the FARC and the smaller National Liberation Army, ELN, participated. Although the government had offered them safe passage to the workshops, the guerrillas thought this would be too risky, so we arranged for them to participate in the workshops by telephone. 3 men called in from the political prisoners wing of a maximum security prison and 1 from exile in Costa Rica. Many members of the group were talking with the guerrillas for the first time and were frightened of retribution for what they might say. We communicated using 2 speakerphones in the meeting room. When people walked by the speakerphones, they gave the phones a wide berth, afraid to get too close. When I mentioned this fear, one of the guerrillas observed that our microcosm was reflecting the macrocosm. "Mr. Kahane, why are you surprised that people in the room are frightened? The whole country is frightened." Then he promised that the guerrillas would not kill anyone for anything said in the meetings. Afterward, during breaks, some participants would bring their coffee cups over to the speakerphones and chat with the guerrillas. Jaime Caicedo was the Secretary General of the far-left Colombian Communist Party, and Ivan Duque was the nom de guerre of a commander of the far-right paramilitary United Self-Defense Forces of Colombia, AUC. One evening, Caicedo and Duque stayed up late talking and drinking and playing the guitar with Juan Salcedo, a retired army general. The next morning, Caicedo wasn't in the meeting room when we were due to start, and I asked the group where he was. They made jokes about what might have happened to him. One person said, "The general made him sing." Then Duke said, menacingly, "I saw him last." I was worried that Caicedo had been murdered and was relieved when a few minutes later he walked into the room. He'd overslept. Years later, I heard a revealing coda to this story. Duke had gone into the jungle to meet his boss, Carlos Castaño, the notorious head of AUC. Castaño excitedly told Duke that AUC fighters had discovered the location of their archenemy Caicedo and were on their way to assassinate him. Duque pleaded for Caicedo's life, telling Castaño the story of that evening together at the scenario workshop and saying, "You can't kill him. We were on the Destino Colombia team together." After much arguing, Castaño called off the assassination. I interpret this story as exemplifying the transformative potential of such collaborations. To be willing to defy Castaño on this matter of life and death, Duke must have transformed his sense of his relationship with Caicedo and of what he himself needed to stand for and do. As the work progressed, the group became less afraid and more willing to speak frankly. Businessman Cesar de Hart said that he had first-hand experience of the conflict with the guerrillas, didn't trust them at all, and believed that the country's best hope for peace would be to intensify the military campaign against them. It took courage for him to say this because he was directly challenging not only the guerrillas, but also the rest of the group, and their hopeful belief that a peaceful solution was possible. He was willing to be open and confrontational, and the group's relationships were now strong enough to hear such a statement without rupturing. Furthermore, when de Hart said exactly what he was thinking and feeling, the fog of conceptual and emotional confusion that had filled the room lifted, and we could all see clearly this mistrust and the possibility of intensified conflict that it implied. By the end of their third workshop, the group had agreed on 4 scenarios. The first, "When the sun rises, we'll see," was a warning of the chaos that would result if Colombians just let things be and failed to address their tough challenges. This scenario, in terms of the options explained and exemplified adapting. The second, "A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush," was a story of a top-down negotiated agreement between the government and the guerrillas, conventional collaboration. The third, "Forward March," was the story foreshadowed in de Hart's suggestion that the government crush the guerrillas militarily and pacify the country, forcing. The fourth, "In Unity Lies Strength," was a story of a bottom-up transformation of the country's mentality toward greater mutual respect and cooperation, stretch collaboration. The group didn't agree on which solution to the conflict was most likely or best, so they presented these narratives to their fellow citizens in newspaper articles and television broadcasts, and small and large meetings all around the country, simply as alternative possibilities that could guide different actions by different people. After Destino Colombia, my Colombian colleagues organized several follow-up multi-stakeholder processes that I co-facilitated. In one meeting, a group was wrestling with a difficult issue when a politician demanded that they agree on a certain point of principle. I thought that such an agreement would not be possible at that time and urged the group to carry on without agreement, and they did. I was surprised that by the end of the meeting, they had decided to work together on several initiatives, notwithstanding their earlier non-agreement. The next day, I related this puzzling incident to Antanas Makis, a former university professor and mayor of Bogota. "Often, we do not need to have a consensus on or even to discuss principles," he said. "It's no accident that when representatives cast their vote in the Colombian Congress, they don't have to explain their reasons. The most robust agreements are those that different actors support for different reasons." I now understand that people who have deep disagreements can still get important things done together. The bar for making progress on complex challenges, whether in national legislatures or organizations, or communities or families, is therefore not as high as most people think. We don't need to agree on what the solution is, or even on what the problem is, and we don't need to like or trust one another. Over the decades that followed, I was gratified to see that the scenarios and the extraordinary process that produced them remained a touchstone in conversations among Colombians about what they could and should do. At different times over these years, each of the four scenarios seemed to explain what was happening in the country, so these narratives continued to help Colombians make sense of their situation. In 2010, Santos was elected president of the country, and he characterized his government's program as an enactment of "In unity lies strength." In 2016, Santos finally succeeded in negotiating a peace treaty with the FARC and initiating one with the ELN, and for this was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. On the day of this award, his official website posted a note that characterized the first meeting he had organized with me 20 years before as one of the most significant events in the country's search for peace. I was delighted that Santos was acknowledging our work, but didn't understand why, after all those years, he'd done so. So many larger efforts to resolve the conflict had taken place over the intervening decades. Dozens of local mediations, a gigantic military campaign to pacify the country, which he'd directed while Minister of Defense, and years of negotiations between the government and the FARC. A few months later, I was in Bogotá and conducted a public interview with Santos, asking him why he had mentioned Destino Colombia. He answered, "I often refer to this project because it's where I learned that, contrary to all of my upbringing, it is possible to work with people you do not agree with and will never agree with." I found this reply illuminating because we often imagine that if participants could just meet and talk, they'd discover that they actually agree. But Santos was emphasizing a more common and challenging scenario: participants who meet and do not agree, but still need to find a way to work together. The example he gave was of his working relationship with Hugo Chavez. Santos was a liberal capitalist and Chavez a revolutionary socialist, and it was obvious that they weren't going to agree. Nevertheless, they were presidents of neighboring countries, and there was a lot they needed to do, and succeeded in doing, together. I once had a related experience in talking with a man who had tattoo of Jesus, and when I asked him why he'd chosen it, he said that it was to cover up one he preferred, but that was too unpopular to show openly: a swastika. Getting to know people better doesn't always mean we'll agree with or like or trust them more, but we might nevertheless need to collaborate with them. My experience in Colombia enabled me to understand why, in some contexts, conventional collaboration doesn't work. In 1993, after Montfleur, I began helping groups from across multiple organizations work together to address their conflictual and complex challenges. Almost all the organizations I worked with, governments, companies, and nonprofits all around the world, were implicitly using some variation of the three-step conventional, rationalistic, linear, hierarchical model I had used in my studies and career up to that point, and explained in Chapter 4. 1. Smart people think through the problem and the solution, and make a plan to execute this solution. 2. They get the people in authority to approve this plan. And 3. The authorities instruct their subordinates to execute the plan. But when I tried to make this model work in more conflictual and complex contexts, it didn't. What I observed was that people who come together across their silos to work on a tough challenge almost never follow these 3 steps, even if they think they're supposed to. They often produce useful outputs, new relationships, insights, commitments, initiatives, and capacities, but they rarely do this through executing an agreed-on plan. Sometimes they produce some outputs, and sometimes others. Sometimes they end up doing something close to what they originally intended, and sometimes they make radical changes. Sometimes they're able to work together only briefly, and sometimes they end up continuing for years. Sometimes they move forward in alignment, and sometimes in fierce contestation. In practice, they figure out what to do as they go along. For a long time, I thought the unpredictability of these collaborations could be remedied by participants being more explicit or disciplined about following the 3 steps, by doubling down on agreeing and planning. But eventually, I realized that the conventional model I'd always thought was normal can't work in conflictual and complex contexts. This is how I came to understand how stretch collaboration works and how it differs from conventional collaboration. I discovered that in transposing the way I'd worked on my undergraduate physics problems to my work on policy and strategy problems, I was making a common mistake. Already in 1973, Horst Rittel and Melvin Weber had written, "The search for scientific bases for confronting problems of social policy is bound to fail because of the nature of these problems. They're wicked problems, whereas science has developed to deal with tame problems. Policy problems can't be definitively described. Moreover, in a pluralistic society, there is nothing like the undisputable public good. There is no objective definition of equity. Policies that respond to social problems can't be meaningfully correct or false, and it makes no sense to talk about optimal solutions to social problems. Even worse, there are no solutions, in the sense of definitive and objective answers." 3. Once I started to question the conventional problem-solving model I'd been using, I realized how unsuitable it was for the conflictual and complex collaborations I was trying to support. The difficulty starts with the assumption that there is one right answer. Being certain that we know the right answer doesn't leave much room for other people's answers, and therefore makes working together more difficult. Usually, most of the people involved are convinced that they know the truth about their situation. They are right and innocent, and others are wrong and guilty, or even enemies. If only the others would listen to and agree with them, then the situation would be rectified. The typical starting point for collaborating in conflictual and complex contexts, then, is that the collaborators do not agree on what the solution is, or even on what the problem is. They agree only that their shared context is problematic, although usually in different ways and for different reasons, for different collaborators. They each have their own truth about what's going on and why, and who needs to do what to deal with it. One way to approach such a situation is to understand the participants as the blind men with the elephant. In this fable, the blind man who feels a leg says the elephant is like a pillar. The one who feels the tail says the elephant is like a rope. The one who feels the side says the elephant is like a wall, and so on. This story suggests that each of the participants in a collaboration has a different perspective on the context that they're all part of and care about, and that if each reveals their perspective, then together they can construct a more complete picture. But the construction of a single agreed-on model of the context is often not possible. Futurist Don Michael pointed out that, in today's world, the most advanced among us know about little more than one small piece of the elephant. And there are now so many different pieces, they change so rapidly, and they're all so intimately related one to another, that even if we had the technology to put them all together, we would still not be able to make sense of the whole. In conflictual and complex contexts, then, we need to do something more than simply fit together different truths to form a single, larger, agreed-on truth that can provide the basis for collaborative action. What stretch collaboration looks like. The Destino Columbia project exemplified this something more in 3 dimensions that correspond to the 3 stretches that I will explain in chapters 6, 7, and 8. First, the Destino Columbia group members were not simply trying to solve one single problem or to achieve one superordinate objective, even though their rhetoric was that they were collaborating for the good of Columbia. They were in the middle of a conflict and didn't agree on what the solution was, or even on what the problem was. They agreed only that the situation they were facing was problematic, and they viewed it as problematic in different respects and for different reasons. Although the group found it exciting and worthwhile to work together, they were not simply or only one team. They differed dramatically in their backgrounds, identities, affiliations, ideologies, cultures, and power. They all had stronger connections and commitments to their own organizations and communities. Duke's effort to save Caicedo was the exception that proved this rule, and they all had different positions and perspectives on their shared situation. This lack of unity was what made their work together so contentious and also so rich and valuable. They collaborated then without prioritizing a single whole or goal. They embraced conflict and connection. This is the subject of Chapter 6. Second, the group didn't agree on a plan for what should be done in the country. They agreed only that there were 4 scenarios as to what could happen and that they didn't want the first one, which was the status quo. Everything else they, and others who used the scenarios, did, they worked out as they went along over the years that followed. So they collaborated without having a single vision or roadmap. They experimented a way forward, Chapter 7. And third, although the group members had strong views about what ought to happen, they weren't able to compel the others to go along. Here again, the microcosm reflected the macrocosm. The war had gone on so long because no party was able to impose its will on the others. So the group collaborated without being able to change what others were doing, without one paramount leader. They each stepped into the game. Stretch collaboration looks like the work of a loose, vibrant, quarrelsome group rather than like the work of a tight, united, harmonious team. It looks like a disordered, productive, ongoing process of negotiation among entities, be they individuals, organizations, cities, or countries, that are diverse and sovereign. It was exemplified in the straight-talking, guitar-playing Destino Columbia group that included collaborators from across multiple sectors, organizations, ideologies, cultures, and political parties. The primary characteristic of stretch collaboration is that it's horizontal. The collaborators see themselves primarily as whole persons in themselves and only secondarily as parts of the collaboration or subordinate to it. They work together without having a single directive boss, contrary to Meyer Kahn's one boss injunction that I reported in Chapter 4. They each are or have their own boss. They understand themselves to be on different teams, with their differences and disagreements out in the open and on the table. I once supported such a collaboration among leaders in Houston, a city with a fierce culture of freedom and non-subordination, who were working on a regional growth plan, and I appreciated how the property developers in the group had companies with names like John Smith Interests, openly declaring that their organization was about them and their interests. Compared to conventional collaboration, stretch collaboration is more plural. Stretch collaboration is needed for alliances of independent organizations to work together. It is also needed within organizations that have cultures that emphasize the agency and equity of individual persons and teams and that de-emphasize hierarchy. Because stretch collaboration is looser than conventional collaboration, it enables us to work with a broader range of collaborators across and within organizations. Not only friends we agree with and like and trust, but also, if and when we need to, with enemies we don't agree with or like or trust. Stretch collaboration abandons the assumption of control. It gives up nostalgic, unrealistic fantasies of harmony, certainty, and compliance, and embraces messy realities of discord, trial and error, and co-creation. In contexts with high conflict and/or high complexity and a lack of unity and alignment among the collaborators, it's not possible for us to agree sequentially on the problem, the solution to the problem, the plan to implement the solution, and who will do what to implement the plan. Instead, we must experiment our way forward. Stretch collaboration isn't straightforward. It's often cluttered and confused, so many people find it daunting. But it can be done, and in conflictual and complex contexts is perhaps the only workable way to work together. How to make stretch collaboration work. The operating manual for stretch collaboration, as for conventional collaboration, explains how to make choices to integrate love, power, and justice. But now in their stretched, more expansive, complex, and unstable forms. The love and unity that are required to collaborate are achieved through the collaborators choosing to belong loosely to the collaboration, rather than simply fitting tightly into it. The collaboration adapts to the collaborators rather than vice versa. Belonging is feeling accepted and included for and because of who you are, the Inclusion School writes. When you feel you belong, you don't have to change or hide parts of yourself. You feel safe to be seen as you authentically are. Fitting in is conforming to meet the perceived expectations in order to gain acceptance. You may feel pressure to hide or change parts of yourself. The power and self-realization of the collaboration as a whole are achieved through uniting the agency, the diverse powers and ambitions, the whole selves and holistic wellness of each of the collaborators. Because in stretch collaboration, as compared to conventional collaboration, these collaborators are more empowered and less subordinated. They push in more diverse directions, which means there is more energy, creativity, and conflict. This greater complexity of the collaborators' love and power requires greater complexity of the justice that structures the relationships among the collaborators. Stretch collaboration requires relationships that are not simply fair, decent, safe, respectful, but also equitable and reciprocal, that forthrightly address differences in belonging and agency. These more complex manifestations of love, power, and justice that produce stretch collaboration enable it, compared to conventional collaboration, to work in more conflictual and complex contexts, and to include a broader range of collaborators, including ones who don't agree with, or like, or trust one another. Stretch collaboration offers a way to work together among family members who have different needs, or in a business or political or international partnership among entities that are collaborating in some areas and competing in others. This means that stretch collaboration is less predictable and controllable, more volatile and risky. Where stretch collaboration doesn't work. After COVID hit in early 2020, for many months, Dorothy and I cut ourselves off from most in-person contact with others. And every day at 1 p.m., I listened to the paternalistic radio announcements by Quebec Premier François Legault and his chief provincial health officer telling us of the day's information and instructions. More than ever before in my adult life, I didn't want to hear alternative perspectives or to experiment with what to do. I wanted to be on Team Legault, to be told what to do, to be treated fairly, and to be safe. I didn't want to stretch. When we're in a context that we find dangerous or complicated, as I did during COVID, then authority and expert-led conventional collaboration can be a good option. Stretch collaboration requires us to stretch, but in some contexts, with high conflict and/or high complexity, we can find this stretching to be too risky, a bridge too far. When we think we've gone or might be going too far, we reverse and contract our collaboration and our collaborators back down to levels that we think are workable. Within this now smaller domain, we then employ either stretch or conventional collaboration. Outside this domain, we force, adapt, or exit. Stretch collaboration, compared to conventional collaboration, works in context with higher conflict and/or complexity. It also requires stretching further. In your context, then, where will you employ stretch collaboration? As you think about a collaboration that you want to undertake, or are undertaking, take time to reflect on the following questions. There are no right or wrong responses, just clues about the context of your initiative and how to approach it. To what degree are there persistent, meaningful disagreements or deep differences among the collaborators? Are these differences likely to endure rather than to be resolved quickly? To what degree is the work ahead dealing with an unclear problem and an unclear situation? To what degree can collaborators show up with their full uniqueness and agency, even if it disrupts plans? To what degree will the structure of the initiative adapt to allow collaborators to truly show up as themselves? To what degree are diverse ambitions, energies, and creative directions being welcomed, even if they create tension? To what degree will the collaboration address inequalities in voice, ownership, or access? Now reflect on your responses. In what ways would your initiative be served by stretch collaboration? In what ways would this approach be limiting? If you were to employ a stretch collaboration approach, what would be the leadership structure? What would be the decision-making process? Who would be involved? How would disagreements and conflicts be addressed within the team? How would goals and objectives be established for the initiative? What would be the process for developing strategies to achieve the goals and objectives? What role would expertise and authority play in guiding the work of the group? What role would learning and adaptation play in the work of the group? The first stretch is to embrace conflict and connection. Collaborating involves engaging in 3 dimensions: with our collaborators, with our context, and with ourselves. Collaborating across difference requires stretching, to some degree in conventional collaboration and to a large degree in stretch collaboration, in all 3 dimensions. This chapter and the 2 that follow explain these 3 stretches and how we can employ them. A little or a lot, dipping our toe or plunging in, narrowly or broadly, and with what moves. The first dimension is engaging with our collaborators, including people we don't agree with or like or trust. In conventional collaboration, we focus on working harmoniously to achieve the goals and health of the collaboration as a whole. We unite rather than fight. This approach works when we're in contexts with low conflict and low complexity, where all of our perspectives and interests are congruent, or can be made to be. But when we're in contexts with high conflict and/or high complexity, this approach doesn't work, because the collaborators have significantly different perspectives and interests and are free to act accordingly. If we're to collaborate in these contexts, we must stretch to work with both our commonalities and our differences, both to unite and to fight. Stretching in engaging with our collaborators. The first stretch is therefore to embrace both conflict and connection. This stretch isn't straightforward or easy. For many of us, engaging with others underneath the surface of unity and harmony feels uncomfortable. This stretch is caricatured in the contrast between the 2 drawings: a dog and cat advancing toward their objective as harmonious buddies versus doing so by stretching uncomfortably and utilizing their differences. How will you stretch to embrace conflict and connection? All of the productive collaborations I've been involved in have embraced both conflict and connection. I saw a clear example of this in Hawaii. Dwayne Kurisu is a public-spirited Japanese-American businessman who runs a diverse family of companies that includes media, technology, sports, and food, and who chairs the Hawaii Executive Collaborative, which brings together senior executives from business and other sectors to accelerate the building of a more resilient Hawaii. In 2022, he contacted me because he was concerned about the increasingly serious conflict among different groups of Native and non-Native Hawaiians that had erupted in protests and blockades against the building of the 30-meter telescope on Mauna Kea, a dormant volcano that is sacred to Native Hawaiians. Together with his colleague Kamana Opono Crab and my colleague Brenna Atnikoff, Kurisu and I decided to organize a collaboration, initially primarily between Native Hawaiians and business leaders, to work on addressing some of the bigger and deeper issues that we supposed lay underneath the Mauna Kea conflict. Atnikoff recalls some of the arguments during our first project workshop between an Army general and a land rights activist about the military's historical and current roles as protectors and conquerors, between a banker and a community leader about who may call themselves Hawaiian, between a shipping company CEO and a nonprofit leader about the proper role of corporations on the islands, and between a businessman and a Native Hawaiian matriarch about whether the process that approved the 30-meter telescope had been rigged. So from the outset, the collaborators talked openly, and mostly with these others, for the first time, about contentious issues. Now, 3 years later, This collaboration, called Rediscovering Hawaii's Soul, involves more than 150 organizations, including native and non-native cultural and community leaders, activists, academics, business people, government officials, and Army officers, which are working together intensively in parallel teams to address the island's most important and difficult challenges, including education, tourism, the military, climate change, and, most fundamentally, land. This collaboration has been able to make unexpectedly impactful progress because the collaborators shifted profoundly in how they relate with one another. John Osorio is a native Hawaiian university professor who describes himself as a constant activist and advocate for Hawaiian self-determination, attending and organizing protests and demonstrations for Hawaiian language immersion schools, protection of the land from military abuse, in opposition to imperialism, including American imperialism. When I met him at the first workshop, he struck me as forthright and skeptical. 15 months later, when he and Kurisu were interviewed about rediscovering Hawaii's soul on a local television show, Osorio described his experience. I was approached by Kamana Opono Crab about participating in this and, like many of the other Hawaiians, including Kupuna, elders, and Kumuhula, hula teachers, that came into this process, we didn't really know anything about the Hawaii Executive Collaborative. We didn't know they existed and strongly suspected that they were some kind of corporate arm of the state of Hawaii. But we were willing to come in part because we knew each other and who else was coming. I'd never met Dwayne before, or those people who run businesses and banks and shipping companies, because we don't really travel in the same circles, unless we're opposing each other in testimony at the legislature. We don't actually know each other. In fact, I think the thing that's probably the most true about this assemblage of people is that we'd been in conflict before, and for over a long time, over issues that are really, really important in Hawaii. I was impressed right away with the process that was outlined, how it was supposed to work, what it was supposed to create, and that it required a certain amount of trust in that process to participate really meaningfully and to give everything you had, to be direct, honest, and willing to engage not just in conversation, but sometimes even bordering on confrontation. So that's what we did. And I felt, over the course of that workshop, that pretty much everybody was willing to engage and listen, and that whatever it was we were creating would be a joint, communal effort. And I believe it was. I know that for Dwayne, the shift was pretty momentous psychologically. It was huge for him and a number of the people who are in that room to be able to listen and set aside the prejudices they had about Native Hawaiians as just people who oppose things, who are so wrapped up in our cultural practices that we can't be practical. The kinds of issues we're dealing with related to Mauna Kea, the military, tourism, all of those kinds of things that we weigh in on consistently, and where we take leadership generally in opposing the general direction that the state has taken. It was a huge thing for them to sit down and listen and realize that the things that we were really vitally interested in were things that they should take seriously. It was also as large a shift for us, not just to trust them and to listen to what their concerns were, but to be aware that we also answer to our own communities. We've been involved in protests for so long that a word like collaborative is difficult in my political circles. Because it means so many really negative things historically, you collaborate with the enemy for your own personal advancement. What we're looking at here is actually something so large and so important for our future. The future of this place and the people who live here, not just Native Hawaiians, but all the people who live here. The people that eventually we're going to marry and have children with. The people who will actually become a part of our lahui. That's the group we're talking about. And the issues are what we're doing to this place that make it really, really, really difficult to see a positive future for Hawaii and what we can do to change this. The conversations among the collaborators included, then, lots of direct disagreement and conflict. They also included, perhaps as a result of this directness, growing deep agreement. In a long conversation about what it means to be Hawaiian, about Hawaii's soul, participants expressed their pain around this fundamental question of identity, and this shifted the relationships among them. I was moved by the depth of the longing on the part of both native and non-native participants to connect with one another and with native Hawaiian culture, land, and soul, which in the interview Kurisu described as follows. We need our children to understand what makes Hawaii so special. It was a leap of faith to bring in a group of chief executive officers and community leaders together with kupuna in the native Hawaiian community to work, initially, on native Hawaiian issues, but ultimately to work on issues that affect all races and all ages. Like I was just saying to John, during the first 2 days of the workshop, all of us were questioning where we're going with this because we had such diverse views and personalities, but miraculously we came up with these scenario documents that expressed a view that we all agreed upon. One of the most impressive things is the diversity of the people involved. You have native Hawaiian leaders who have a history of being very outspoken about very strong causes that impact their communities, and people from Bishop Street, the business community. You wouldn't think that these two would succeed in having a conversation or finding some sort of commonality because they come from such different viewpoints. And yet, we were able to find common ground on issues, and sometimes not, but able to have that dialogue. We did have diverse views, and we talked about the most difficult issues, but the differences were handled with dignity and in this environment of trust. Auntie Pua, a kumuhula, focused on this concept of reciprocity. I thought I knew what that was, but after going through this process and spending a lot of time with this group, I realized that this sense of reciprocity, this sense of love for our Ina land, and how everything is in synchronicity, which I think about sometimes. I find that people like Auntie Pua live it 24/7. I've seen trust and the willingness on both sides to be more collaborative in our efforts to make Hawaii a better place. The collaborators involved in rediscovering Hawaii's soul have been able to move forward together by embracing both conflict and connection. In 1991, I began my vocation of helping people who are in conflict to collaborate, in terms of the 4 options I described in Chapter 1 and in the story from Thailand. I was focused on collaborating instead of forcing, adapting, or exiting. In terms of the basic drives I described in Chapter 3 and in the story from Guatemala, I was focused on love, the drive to unite the separated. Overall, then, I understood this work as shifting from conflict toward connection. But I kept having experiences that confounded me and suggested that my understanding was deficient. 3 such experiences enabled me to correct my understanding. Engaging and asserting are complementary. In October 2013, I had a sharp interaction with David Suzuki at a meeting of the board of his foundation in Vancouver. Suzuki is a Canadian geneticist who presented popular radio and television shows on science for more than 40 years. He is an outspoken environmentalist and is among the country's most respected public figures. At that time, he was in the middle of a public battle among activists, fossil fuel companies, and the federal government over how Canada should deal with climate change, especially the high carbon dioxide emissions from oil sands projects. Before the meeting, I'd read one of Suzuki's speeches in which he'd said that he would be willing to engage with the CEO of a consortium of oil sands companies only if the CEO would agree on certain basic things. For example, that we're all animals, and as animals, our most fundamental need, before anything else, is clean air, clean water, clean soil, clean energy, and biodiversity. I thought that Suzuki's insistence that he would dialogue only if the principles he believed in were agreed to in advance was unreasonable and unproductive, and at the meeting, I challenged him about this. His position was that given the absence of agreement on such fundamental matters, it was better for him not to engage. So he was instead going to focus his energies on mobilizing public and political opinion in support of the principles he believed in. Our brief exchange struck me. I'd heard a similar argument many times from other people in other contexts, that the principles they were asserting were right and needed to be accepted as the starting point for any collaboration. I'd always confidently dismissed these arguments on the grounds that such disagreements over principles were usually the reason why collaborations didn't occur, and that agreement could be reached only through, not prior to, engagement and collaboration. But Suzuki's provocation stayed with me because the principles he was asserting seemed correct, and because I held him in such high esteem that I couldn't easily dismiss his argument. This exchange enabled me to see that engaging and asserting are complementary rather than opposing ways to make progress on complex challenges, and that both are legitimate and necessary sides of collaborating. Different kinds of asserting, debates, campaigns, competitions, marches, boycotts, lawsuits, are part of every story of systemic change. Asserting and counter-asserting inevitably create discord and conflict. But I thought that perhaps some people and organizations could do the asserting while others did the engaging. I'd heard activists refer to outside the room and inside the room roles in efforts to effect change. I hoped that this complementarity meant that others could focus on asserting and take the risk of descending into enemy-fying, and I could maintain my comfortable focus on engaging and rise above enemy-fying. Engaging and asserting are mutually reinforcing. In early December 2013, I got home to South Africa, and a few days later, Nelson Mandela passed away. For weeks, local and international newspapers were filled with obituaries and reflections on his life and legacy. I also reflected on my understanding of his biography, with which my own had become intertwined. By 2013, social and political relations among South Africans had become more fractious and less forgiving, and many were re-evaluating the success of the miraculous 1994 transition that Mandela had led. Now, with this event coming right after my exchange with Suzuki, I realized that in focusing so much on Mandela's efforts to achieve his objectives through engaging and dialoguing with his opponents, I downplayed his efforts to achieve these same objectives through asserting and forcing. Before Mandela went into prison, he had led illegal marches and other campaigns against the apartheid government, gone underground, and made clandestine trips abroad, and served as the first commander of the armed guerrilla wing of the African National Congress. As late as 2007, ANC leaders were still being denied visas to enter the U.S. on the grounds that they'd been members of a terrorist organization. After Mandela was released, during the negotiations leading up to the 1994 elections and then during his presidential term, he often pushed his opponents hard to advance his positions, all the while remarkably and famously fighting against enemy-fying. A more complete picture of Mandela's leadership I could now see showed that he knew how and when to engage and how and when to assert. The extraordinary transition in South Africa had been effected through Mandela and others employing both engaging and asserting. In thinking about my own work, I realized that I'd been focusing only on the part of the picture in which I'd been physically present. Although I usually met the people I worked with in workshops designed to enable them to dialogue with one another, most of them spent lots of their time outside the workshops, fighting one another. In fact, this fighting was what made the workshop dialogues so remarkable and useful. So now I wondered whether the engaging and asserting roles could really, as I'd been hoping, be kept separate. Engaging alone is inadequate. Then, in Thailand, in May 2014, after months of the violent We Force confrontations, the army staged its coup. Some of my Thai colleagues were outraged at these anti-democratic actions. Others were relieved that a further increase in violent conflict had been halted and hoped that a strict military government could establish a new set of rules that would enable an orderly and peaceful construction of a "we collaborate" scenario. I wasn't sure which of these positions I agreed with. I understood the limitations and dangers of a military government, and could also understand the junta's impulse to impose orderly and peaceful collaboration. They were suppressing, asserting, to enable, engaging. This extreme event gave me the last piece of the puzzle I'd been sitting with. I was surprised by what I could now see. A coup d'etat is the logical outcome of the way of collaborating that I'd been focused on since Montfleur. If we embrace harmonious engaging and reject discordant asserting, then we'll end up suffocating the social system we're working with. This is what Arenas had been trying to convey to me years earlier when she'd told me that her civil society coalition had refused to engage with the government if it meant that they had to suspend their assertive marching and demonstrating. Collaborating requires us to both engage and assert. Working with multiple wholes. The key challenge of collaborating is obvious, but not straightforward or easy. How to align the needs of each of the diverse collaborators with those of the others and of the collaboration. In conventional collaboration, this is more straightforward and easy, since by definition in this way of collaborating, the collaborators are required to act as players on a single team, to align and subordinate their own needs to those of the collaboration. Even so, achieving this alignment requires real attention and effort, as every manager or leader knows. In stretch collaboration, achieving such alignment is even less straightforward and easy, because in this way of collaborating, the collaborators see themselves also, or even primarily, as members of other, different teams, and are not willing to subordinate themselves to the collaboration. The first stretch, embracing both conflict and connection, that is, employing both asserting and engaging, therefore requires, to some extent in conventional collaboration, and more so in stretch collaboration, getting under the surface of the collaboration as a whole, to expose and work with the different perspectives and interests of individual collaborators in order to discover how to align these sufficiently to be able to move forward together. This stretch is radical, from the Latin radix, meaning root, in the sense that it involves working under the surface of the collaboration as a whole, not superficially, in order to attend to each collaborator's drives of love, power, and justice. Effective politicians know how to work with both conflict and connection, with people as both wholes in themselves and parts of larger wholes. Robert Caro's biography of U.S. President Lyndon Johnson contains an account of how Johnson succeeded in enacting landmark civil rights legislation through attending carefully to the interests of individual legislators and thereby harnessing their individual political wholes into a collective one. Caro wrote about a meeting between Johnson and historian Arthur Schlesinger. Johnson turned to the individual senators, the other 48 Democratic senators. "I want you to know the kind of material I have to work with," he said. Schlesinger was to recall that he didn't do all of them, but he did most of them, in a performance the historian was never to forget. Senator by Senator Johnson ran down the list, each man's strengths and weaknesses, who liked liquor too much, and who liked women, and how he had to know when to reach a senator at his own home and when at his mistress's, who was controlled by the big power company in his state, and who listened to the public electrification cooperatives, who responded to the union pleas, and who to the agricultural lobby instead, and which senator responded to one argument and which senator to the opposite argument. He did brief but brilliant imitations. When he came to Chavez, whose trouble was alcoholism, Johnson imitated Chavez drunk. Very funny. The key to this first stretch is understanding that in practice there's no such thing as the whole. Every social system consists of multiple wholes that are parts of larger wholes, like the Democratic senators who are part of the Democratic caucus in the Senate. Author Arthur Koestler coined the term holon for something that is simultaneously a whole and a part. For example, a person is a whole in themselves. They may be a part of several teams, each of which is a whole in itself. These teams may be part of various organizations, each of which is also a whole, and so on. Each of these wholes has its own needs, interests, and ambitions, and each can be part of multiple, overlapping, larger wholes. Therefore, when someone demands that a collaboration focus on the overall good, this demand is misleading, if not manipulative. What they really mean is focusing on the overall good that matters most to me. If we say that we're prioritizing the good of the team, for example, then by implication, we're deprioritizing the good of individual members of the team, smaller groups, and of the organization, a larger entity. This first stretch involves attending not simply to the good of a single entity, but rather to the good of multiple nested and overlapping entities, and to the richness and conflict that doing so inevitably reveals. In facilitating collaborative teams, I've made the mistake of focusing on the objectives of the entire team and thereby implicitly asking participants to leave their individual and organizational objectives at the door. In doing this, I was also conveniently overlooking the fact that the interests of these larger and smaller groups were identical only for me and perhaps the team leader. We were the only ones who, when we championed the interests of the entire team, were at the same time championing our own interests. Engaging as whole humans. Embracing conflict as well as connection requires accepting the legitimacy of the different collaborators' perspectives and positions, that every person's actions, no matter how repugnant we might find them, make sense to that person. International relations scholar Merzsa Tate wrote about this in her 1942 book, The Disarmament Illusion, which the School of Life summarizes as follows. Tate thinks the grave cause of conflict is humiliation. A humiliated nation or person doesn't want to disarm. They desperately want to become strong enough to exact revenge. The path to peace, therefore, is to recognize the dignity of the other on their terms. This is hard because their conception of their honor may be entirely at odds with our vision of what it should be. The price of peace, Tate argues, is that we allow the other to be wrong as we see it. It's only those who feel respected who can afford to disarm. This is what so many peace plans got wrong. They didn't properly recognize how hurt others might feel, even if irrationally. Tate says that peace comes when we stop trying to be right. We have to grant equality even to our enemies before we can ask them to trust us. We become able to embrace conflict and connection by being in human relationship with others. One simple and powerful activity I often use in workshops is to invite participants to pair up with someone in the group who they think is most different from them and to go for a 30-minute walk together outdoors. This activity is simple, yet it's one of the activities that participants say has the biggest impact on their understanding of their situation and what they need to do. Why is it so fruitful? On one level, the walk is effective because of its mechanics. Two people who are curious to connect move forward side by side, relaxed and in the fresh air, facing their immediate context together, and talk informally without papers, phones, or other distractions, dealing with whatever they encounter on their short journey. But Lucila Servicha, a Catholic theologian who participated in this activity at a Mexico's Posables workshop, offered me a deeper explanation for why it's effective. The walk and the private informal sharing of stories are important, she said, because they involve mutual human acceptance, and this feeling of being accepted is what enables the participants to change their thinking and actions. The sequence here, first a person is accepted, and then they reconsider their position, is the opposite of the traditional Catholic confession, where first a person confesses, and then they're forgiven. The walk, she says, is like God's grace, love we receive that we don't have to earn. The walk is a just structure or form that enables everyone to employ their love and power. Alternating power and love, enabled by justice. Psychologist Barry Johnson points out that the drive of each collaborator to assert or realize themselves, power, and the drive of the collaborators to engage or unite, love, are not opposites. They're poles. Johnson explains that in such a polarity, the relationship between two poles is analogous to the relationship between inhaling and exhaling. We can't choose between inhaling and exhaling. If we only inhaled, we'd die of too much carbon dioxide. And if we only exhaled, we'd die of too little oxygen. Instead, we must both inhale and exhale, not at the same time, but alternately. If we're healthy, this involuntary physiological feedback system maintains the necessary alternation between inhaling and exhaling and enables us to live and grow. Johnson's mapping explains what we need to do to exercise love and power and to work with multiple wholes. I now see that my early understanding of collaboration, that it meant embracing harmony and rejecting discord, limited its applicability and effectiveness. When I tried to employ harmony-only collaboration, I usually failed, and therefore ended up defaulting to adapting, forcing, or exiting. When we collaborate, we exercise love and power alternately. First, we engage with others. As our engaging continues and intensifies, eventually it produces in some of us an uncomfortable feeling of fusing and capitulating, of having to subordinate or compromise what matters to us in order to maintain the engagement. This reaction, or feeling of discomfort, is a signal that we need to switch to asserting or pushing for what matters to us, as Arenas and Suzuki did. But then, as their asserting continues and intensifies, eventually it produces in us an impulse to block or push back or resist. This reaction or feeling is a signal that we need to return to engaging. We can understand the imperative to alternate between engaging and asserting if we consider what happens when either of these two reactions or boundaries of discomfort is ignored and overstepped. If we keep asserting and pushing past others' attempts to resist, then the result will be our forcing or imposing what matters to us onto them, thereby chasing away, defeating, crushing, or killing them. This risk, which is widely recognized, is why it's important to notice the feeling of resistance, which signals that asserting is going too far and that engaging is required. Engaging when it's needed prevents asserting from becoming degenerative. On the other hand, if we keep engaging others beyond the point where they feel they're being compromised, then the result will be our manipulating, disempowering, or suffocating them. This risk, which is less recognized, is why it's important to notice the feeling of capitulating that signals that engaging is going too far, and that each of us asserting ourselves is required. Asserting when it's needed prevents engaging from becoming degenerative. The key to alternating between engaging and asserting is to know when to employ which, so as to keep the cycle generative rather than degenerative. David Culver, the former CEO of Alcan, the Canadian aluminum company, was known as an outstanding manager. When he retired, social innovation researcher Francis Westley asked him for his secret. He answered, "When I feel myself wanting to be compassionate, I try to be tough. And when I feel myself wanting to be tough, I try to be compassionate." Moving between engaging and asserting requires paying attention to the feedback that signals imbalance, crossing the boundary into degeneracy, and then making the corresponding rebalancing move. When our engaging is producing capitulation and is therefore at risk of manipulating, it's time to begin asserting. When our asserting is producing resistance and is therefore at risk of forcing, it's time to begin engaging. The goal isn't to maintain a position of static balance, but to notice and correct dynamic imbalance. This less recognized risk of unconstrained engaging is what I'd been missing in my post-Montfleur embrace of engaging and dialoguing, and rejection of asserting and fighting. Johnson points out that if we're focused above all on the risk of unconstrained asserting, as I was, then we'll mistakenly understand engaging to be an ideal rather than only a pole, and thereby produce this opposite pitfall. The mistake I was making was to reject asserting as uncivilized and dangerous, and therefore to push it into the shadows. This didn't make the asserting disappear. It just drove it underground so that I exercised it less consciously and cleanly. Psychologist James Hillman points out that many people who, like me, work in helping professions make this mistake of rejecting asserting and power. He writes, "Why are the conflicts about power so ruthless, less so in business and politics, where they're an everyday matter than in the idealistic professions of clergy, medicine, the arts, teaching, and nursing?" In business and politics, it seems, there is less idealism and more sense of shadow. Power isn't repressed, but lived with as a daily companion. Moreover, it isn't declared to be the enemy of love. So long as the notion of power is itself corrupted by a romantic opposition with love, power will indeed corrupt. The corruption begins not in power, but in the ignorance about it. When we block asserting, we pervert it and make it degenerative and dangerous. As Hillman points out, in business and politics, the value of asserting, competition, and contestation is commonly accepted, as is the coexistence of asserting and engaging, for example, cooperating to maintain a playing field on which fair competition can take place. But in the field of collaboration, because there is a common misunderstanding that you need to engage rather than assert, we need to make deliberate efforts to enable generative asserting. Conventional collaboration that focuses only on engaging and doesn't make room for asserting becomes ossified and brittle. It settles into a stupor and gets stuck. This first stretch, by contrast, cycles generatively between love and power, connection and conflict, engaging and asserting, and this enables the social system in question, a family, an organization, a country, to advance. And justice is the structure or form, like the physiological feedback structure in Johnson's breathing analogy, that enables this cycling. A just collaboration is one that is structured to enable every collaborator both to engage and assert. Strengthening our weaker drive. When I've given lectures about power and love, I've noticed that most people are more comfortable either with love and engaging or with power and asserting. Their preferences are both personal and cultural. They may be able, when they're in low-stress contexts, such as with colleagues and friends, to fluidly employ both of these drives, but when they're in high-stress contexts, such as with opponents and enemies, they default to and get stuck in their comfort zone. Often, they recognize the danger of overutilizing their stronger drive and hold back. Some people have said to me, "At work, I feel more comfortable exercising power. I see love as something for home, but as a result, I'm often accused of bullying, so I try to rein in my power." Other people have said, "I feel more comfortable exercising love. I see power as dangerous, but as a result, I often get hurt, so I try to limit my love." Moreover, often people choose to focus on employing their stronger drive, and they let someone else, their spouse, their business partner, another part of their organization, employ the other one. Stretch collaboration requires each of us to embrace both love and power. If we constrict, if we weaken our stronger pole or outsource our weaker pole, we won't be successful in collaborating in tough contexts. So we need to do the opposite. Practice employing our weaker pole and thereby strengthen it. We need to stretch. The skill to employing both engaging and asserting is to be alert and courageous enough to be able to make a countervailing move when it's required. In a situation or system that is dominated by engaging, if we begin to assert, we may be seen as impolite or aggressive. In a situation or system dominated by asserting, if we begin to engage, we may be seen as weak or disloyal. Going against the tide therefore takes patience, to be able to wait for the moment when the dominant move is producing frustration, doubt, or fear, and then to make the countervailing move. The challenge of living together. The need to find ways to reconcile multiple wholes applies not only at work, but also at home. The research done by marriage therapist John Gottman and discussed here by Michael Fulweiler reveals that 69% of relationship conflict is about perpetual problems. All couples have them. These problems are grounded in the fundamental differences that any two people face. They're either fundamental differences in your personalities that repeatedly create conflict or fundamental differences in your lifestyle needs. In our research, we concluded that instead of solving their perpetual problems, what seems to be important is whether or not a couple can establish a dialogue about them. If they can't establish such a dialogue, the conflict becomes gridlocked, and gridlocked conflict eventually leads to emotional disengagement. We collaborate across difference not by eliminating differences, but by finding ways to live with them. I've noticed in working in Mexico and Colombia that Spanish speakers use the word convivencia, cohabitation, in contexts where English speakers use coexistence. I think this is significant because convivencia is the same word used to talk about a couple living together. If we were to say, I'm coexisting with my partner, it would sound cold and static, whereas convivencia connotes all of the heated dynamics of living together. The Mexico's Pazibles project I mentioned in the introduction has now been operating for 10 years. On September 19, 2017, a magnitude 7.1 earthquake struck Mexico City and the surrounding areas, killing almost 400 people and injuring 6,000. At that time, I had been working with two different project subteams, one for 2 years and the other for only 2 months. Each team had its own WhatsApp channel, and when the earthquake hit, they both immediately began chatting about what had happened and what should be done. In reading through both channels in real time on that day and those that followed, I was struck by the difference in their emphases. The emphasis of the newer team was blaming. For example, which politicians and government departments were responding ineffectively and who had corruptly issued substandard building permits. The emphasis of the older team was on collaborating. For example, someone was arranging for supplies to be delivered to Puebla and wanted to know whom his driver should contact on arrival. The older team members were not in agreement with one another, even after years. Their ideological differences were just as sharp as they had been when they first started working together. But they had come to know and trust one another, and were therefore able to get important things done together. Relationships enable progress. And similarly, the relationships we built between the Mexico's Pazibles and Rayos Partners teams enabled us to work together productively in spite of continuing tensions, like the one I recounted in the introduction. In summary, the essential practice required for embracing conflict and connection is attending to how we're employing love and power. When we notice ourselves overemploying love, insisting that the unity and good of the collective whole that we care about must be paramount. Then we need to employ power and to live with the conflict, perhaps disturbing, that this will produce. When we notice ourselves overemploying power, insisting that the expression and interests of the constituent part that we care about must be paramount. Then we need to employ love and to live with the collectivism, perhaps constraining, that this will produce. In this context, justice is the structure or quality of our relationships that enables us to accomplish this fruitful alternating between love and power. So the first stretch requires us to employ all three of the drives explained in Chapter 3. To collaborate across difference, we must stretch to embrace both conflict and connection with our fellow collaborators. We do this by both engaging and asserting, working with plural wholes, and employing justice to alternate between love and power. A practice for stretching into both conflict and connection. This practice will help you explore two areas that influence your ability to embrace both conflict and connection. In the first part, you'll reflect on your assumptions about necessary agreements for working together. In the second part, you'll consider your own bias, how you lean, when tensions arise in collaborations. This stretch is about inviting both conflict and connection into your collaborations. Once you have invited that complexity into your work, You need to strengthen your ability to work with both aspects and find a dynamic and sustainable balance. For now, the goal is to stretch, to move just a little further than before. Identify required agreements. Start by listing all the agreements you believe everyone in your collaboration must share if you are to work together. These can be explicit or unspoken beliefs about what is necessary for collaboration to function. Consider the following: scope and mandate, goals or outcomes, values or principles, methods of working together, decision-making structures, communication norms, roles and responsibilities. Challenge the necessity of agreements. For each agreement listed, ask, how could we still work together even if we didn't agree on this point? If you can see a way to work together, then strike the agreement off the list. When you have gone through all the agreements listed, look closely at what remains. Are there ways to work around these agreements or accept non-agreement for now? It may feel uncomfortable at times, but this stretch asks you to make space for plurality without prematurely forcing unity. Ask yourself, where do I lean in collaborations that matter? Think about current or past collaborations on initiatives that mattered to you and where you encountered tension. Were you prioritizing love, unity of the whole collaboration, so much that important differences being smoothed over or suppressed? In what specific ways did this happen? How did you know it was happening? Are there circumstances that impact your approach? What are they? How does your role or background influence your way of being? Were you prioritizing power, meeting the needs of individual collaborators, so much that connection and cohesion were breaking down? In what specific ways did this happen? How did you know it was happening? Are there circumstances that impact your approach? What are they? How does your role or background influence your way of being? Micro-stretching. Adjust your approach. If you leaned too much into love, experiment with power today. What have you held back from expressing for the sake of unity? How can you assert your own interests or perspectives in a way that strengthens rather than undermines the collaboration? What is one specific way you could bring more power through your words or actions? If you leaned too much into power, experiment with love today. Where have you resisted connection because of disagreement? How can you actively create space for those with different perspectives to feel heard and valued? What is one specific way you could bring more love through your words or actions? Take the next step. Once you have taken one small action, ask yourself, what did I notice when I tried stretching in either direction? What was challenging? What new possibilities opened up in your collaboration? You don't need to stretch all the way today, just a little further than before. Tomorrow, see if you can stretch just a bit further. Over time, you'll become more comfortable working at the intersection of conflict and connection. The second stretch is to experiment a way forward. The second dimension of collaborating is engaging with our context, with the problematic situation that we're trying, through our collaboration, to address. As I've discussed earlier, conventional collaboration does this, in contexts with low conflict and low complexity, through agreeing on the problem we're trying to solve, our best solution to this problem, our plan for implementing this solution, and who'll do what to implement this plan. But in context with high conflict and/or high complexity, we can't agree in advance on solutions, both because we don't see eye to eye with our fellow collaborators, and because the results of our actions aren't predictable. The second stretch is to try out multiple options to discover, one move at a time, what actually works and enables us to advance. This isn't straightforward or easy. For many of us, in many contexts, trying things out that we aren't sure will work feels risky. How will you experiment a way forward? Searching for new ways to live together. I have felt unsettled by the waves of authoritarian and violent forcing that in so many places are sweeping away decades of progress in building democracy and peace. The Basque Country is an autonomous region in the north of Spain that overcame 4 decades of authoritarianism and violence under Spanish dictatorship and is continuing to build a democratic, peaceful society. In October 2024, I traveled there to talk with people about how they are finding their way forward. The Basques are an indigenous ethnic group of several million people who come from the western end of the Pyrenees and the Bay of Biscay. They have a long history of cultural pride, strong family and clan systems, nationalism, egalitarianism, industrialization, and fighting for political autonomy to do things their way. From 1959 to 2011, Spain and ETA, Euskadi ta Askatasuna, or Basque Homeland and Liberty, an armed separatist organization, fought the longest-running violent conflict in the modern Western Europe. I'd been to the Basque Country once, in 2002, at the height of the conflict, to share my experiences with collaborating across difference in South Africa. One of the people I met then was peace activist Gorka Espiau, who articulated the fundamental tension in this work. If I know that you, my opponent, would approve of my being killed, that you do not have a basic respect for human life, then how can I have an open, human dialogue with you? And yet, without such a dialogue, how can we end the violence? We have to start with a political dialogue to reach an agreement to stop the killing. Then we can have the human dialogue that we need to resolve the deeper underlying conflict. This 2002 visit, the politics, the people, the land, the food, stuck in my mind. By 2024, the violent conflict had ended. The region was flourishing and now had, compared to other regions in Spain, among the highest median household incomes and the lowest levels of unemployment, poverty, and income inequality. Peace had enabled prosperity, and vice versa. I wrote to Espiau to ask about returning to learn about this remarkable turnaround, and he introduced me to Nayara Goya, the managing director of the Arantzazalab Democracy Innovation Laboratory, who agreed to host me. Goya organized for us to have 2 weeks of meetings with government officials, business people, researchers, and students. I was struck by the energy the people we met had for creating innovative approaches, including both conventional and stretch collaboration to address their challenges, building on, as Goya put it, our tradition of participation and community building, based on our social capital and democratic culture. I spent a morning with Espiau and his team at the Agir Lehendakaria Social Innovation Center. They had studied the cultural formula they called it the K factor, from the Basque word cultura, of self-responsibility, collective action, competitiveness, resilience, and equality, that they posit underpinned the region's renowned recent achievements, including the urban renewal of the city of Bilbao, the Mondragon cooperatives, the large-scale social economy ecosystem, an intensive cluster strategy, the local advanced manufacturing and technology alliances, a 20-year-old basic income policy, the recovery of the ancient pre-Indo-European Basque language, and the highest concentration of Michelin Guide-awarded restaurants per square meter, among many other interconnected initiatives. The team thought that this K factor needed to adapt substantially to be able to cope with the global trends that are also sweeping through the Basque Country, and that were mentioned by almost everyone I met. Increasing prosperity, capitalism, competition, consumerism, cosmopolitanism, digitization, globalization, immigration, and above all, individualism, all weakening the communitarianism that had historically underpinned the K factor. What, we wondered, was the emerging K factor? A Basque kind of stretch collaboration that would be able to work in their new, more complex context. Goya and I spent another morning at the central offices of the Mondragon Corporation, a federation of 81 cooperative companies, each owned by its employees, who vote on key decisions and elect their executives, with a ratio of the salaries of the highest and lowest paid staff capped at 7-1. Compared to 77-1 for companies listed in the Madrid Stock Exchange. Mondragon employs 70,000 people, has sales in 150 countries, is the largest business in the Basque Country, and the largest industrial cooperative in the world, and is often touted as a prime example of the success of the K factor. But Ander Etxeberria Otadui, head of the corporation's cooperative outreach program, was impatient with references to a special Basque culture and insisted that other than being an egalitarian cooperative, Mondragon is a conventionally managed company competing in global markets, where the employee owners still go to the bar after work and complain about their jobs. A journalist from The New Yorker wanted to visit a hot staff assembly, Etxeberria Otadui told me. But these are not Bolshevik gatherings, they're ordinary business meetings. Mondragon is a great example of conventional collaboration in action. Teamwork, fit, fairness. Then I met with an international class of students who were doing a 4-year degree in entrepreneurial leadership and innovation at Mondragon University. At the beginning of their first year, each student is assigned to a group that must create and run a cooperative enterprise, and their grades depend only on the success of that cooperative. A perfect example of conventional collaboration inasmuch as the collaborators must align with and subordinate themselves to the collaboration. The students were preoccupied with the ordinary frustrations of collaborating with their diverse teammates. At the end of our session, I asked them what an argument might be against such a cooperative model, and a hand shot up. Elon Musk's Starship X, which the day before had achieved a spectacular launch. One of the challenges of collaboration, and even more so of stretch collaboration, is that, from the perspective of an ambitious entrepreneur like this student, it seems so much more laborious than authoritarian forcing. The Arantzazolab team and I met with Olatz Erasquin and Sebastian Zurutuza from the provincial government of Gipuzkoa, and when I said I was interested in the challenges of collaborating across difference, they glanced at each other and replied that this was an ordinary part of their work, working together across political parties, levels, and departments of government, and with non-governmental actors. As a response to the crisis in democracy, they explained, they're establishing spaces and structures both inside and outside of government to construct a new public agenda to enable collaboration and experimentation. Mismatches between what citizens want from governments and what governments are delivering, they said, must be dealt with through a new political culture of participation and involvement in politics, as a way to avoid extremism and to build bridges with organized society and citizens. The Gipuzkoa government is stretching horizontally to share power with its citizens. In my conversations with Basques, it seemed to me that younger people in particular emphasized the need for the culture to evolve to meet their new context. When we discussed how Basques balance love, power, and justice, the requirement for collaboration that I articulated, 3 younger women suggested that the established, simple, stable, patriarchal, conservative, conventional way of achieving that balance was breaking down and that a more complex stretch way was emerging. Ione Ardaiz said, "There is now more than one way to be Basque, our art and politics. What clothes we wear, what music we listen to, what our life ambitions are. We need to continue to shape Basque identities that incorporate the current context and also draw on our local values." Julia Martinez said, "Our traditional culture gave us one way to enact love, power, and justice, but this is changing. As the population of the Basque Country becomes more diverse, we're developing plural identities and belongings, not only one Basque one." And Itziar Moreno said, "Justice now doesn't only mean economic equality, it also means addressing more fundamental inequalities like those connected to gender." Many Basques are adapting. Espiau has worked for decades, in the Basque Country and elsewhere, to develop adaptive approaches that enable people to discover ways to address their local problematic situations. He told me, "You can't successfully address complex challenges like climate change or caring for an aging population technocratically, imposing expert solutions from the top down. Such an approach creates resistance that prevents these solutions from being implemented. And you can't simply agree on one solution or culture that you think is best and push that through. You have to really listen, from the bottom up, with citizens, to what's happening. Collectively interpret what you have heard. From this, generate a portfolio of solutions. And then try these out to discover what works in practice. Innovation in European democracies like the Basque Country requires a dialogic approach, not the authoritarian one used in places like Singapore and Dubai, and not the neoliberal one like in the US. In the long run, our approach is more sustainable and competitive. Old societies like ours have survived because they're resilient and adaptable. I spent a week writing in the offices of Arantzazulab in the tiny mountain settlement of Arantzazu, famous for its soaring modern Franciscan basilica, which during the Spanish dictatorship had played a crucial role in keeping Basque culture alive. Now there aren't many monks left, and most of the parishioners are elderly. One Sunday, I went to Mass and sang along to the hymns, following the Basque words that were projected onto a screen. I realized that I, secular and individualistic, don't often simply follow along with what everyone else is doing, and that I'm also invested in stretching beyond teamwork, fit, and fairness. The mission of Arantzazulab is to contribute from our culture and values, to deepen and innovate democracy in a collaborative and experimental way. The theory they are testing is that only by strengthening the collaborative networks among governments, organized society, and citizens will we be able to respond to our current complex challenges. During the time I was with them, they held a 3-day International Democracy Innovation Congress. The speakers shared experiments being undertaken around the world: the Basque Country, France, Iraq, the United Kingdom, Canada, the Philippines, and Australia, to engage in stretch collaboration to renew the governance processes required to address contemporary societal challenges, including through employing a cornucopia of overlapping models: social labs, citizens' assemblies, collective leadership, deliberative and plebiscitary democracy, participatory service design, collaborative governance, public deliberation, and the transformation of government institutions. All around the world, people are experimenting with new ways to live together. Fang Juicheng made a presentation about the flowering of democratic innovation that grew out of the 2014 student-led Sunflower movement in Taiwan. She argued that the core of such innovation is the shift from domination and control to shared responsibilities in advancing the next generation of democracy. When individuals do not embrace shared responsibilities, they reduce themselves to mere consumers and subjects. It's essential to move away from reliance on representation and instead foster true agency through shared responsibility. Direct participation enables people to address their specific local needs. She was describing a shift in the practice of democracy from conventional toward stretch collaboration, toward increased agency, belonging, and reciprocity. We are crossing the river by feeling for stones. In stretch collaboration, we can't know our route before we set out. We can't predict or control it. We can only discover it along the way. Such learning by doing can be both exciting and unnerving. It requires trying things that might not work. Most of the important lessons I have learned have not been through succeeding, but through failing. Sometimes we're fortunate to be in safe-to-fail contexts, but other times we are, unfortunately, in punitive or precarious contexts where failing is dangerous. Experimenting requires prudence. Participants in stretch collaborations often do not agree with or like or trust one another enough to be willing to commit to any plan of action other than one that is modest, short-term, and low risk. Given that they're participating in the collaboration voluntarily and provisionally, with no one having control over the others, they usually have the option of exiting. Collaborators do what they want to do, so attempts to force or cajole them into doing otherwise don't work. Management professor Peter Senge says, most leadership strategies are doomed to failure from the outset. Leaders instigating change are often like gardeners standing over their plants, imploring them, grow, try harder, you can do it. No gardener tries to convince a plant to want to grow. If the seed doesn't have the potential to grow, there's nothing anyone can do to make a difference. Stretch collaboration is like gardening. We can create some of the conditions for a collective effort to flourish, but we can't direct it to. We can't get people to collaborate, but we can remove some of the obstacles to their doing so. Even when collaborators are willing to commit to a plan of action, these commitments and plans usually produce only the beginning and not the end of a process of change. In a conflictual and complex context, the only way we can know whether a plan will work, whether the parties will take the actions they have committed to, and whether these actions will have the intended impacts, is to try it. In such a context, it's arrogant and unrealistic to assume that our idea will work as planned. When we say we've agreed on a solution, what we really mean is that we've agreed on a hypothesis about a solution, which we now need to test. Stretch collaboration therefore involves more than making a deal or an agreement. It's an ongoing and emergent process in which it's more important to act than to agree. What's crucial is to create the conditions. According to the operating manual outlined in Chapter 3 and summarized in Table 5.1, a collaboration structured for equity and reciprocity, within which collaborators can act freely and creatively across a portfolio of different experiments supported by different people, and in so doing, create a path forward. Success in collaborating doesn't mean that we agree with or like or trust one another. Sometimes we will, and sometimes we won't. Success means that we're able to advance. We advance by working with cracks, places in a system where things are shifting, breakdowns and bright spots, and creating openings for something new to emerge, like cracks in the earth out of which plants can grow. In stretch collaboration, we feel our way forward, step by step, sensitively, imperfectly, through trial and error, to discover, open up, and move through cracks. We make our way forward amid uncertainty and contestation. Deng Xiaoping, leader of the Chinese Communist Party, is said to have used this image to describe China's approach to economic development. We are crossing the river by feeling for stones. Illustrates this shift from following a perhaps complicated path to get to a known destination, to feeling our way forward one step at a time. Stretching and engaging with our context. The principle that groups need to feel their way forward is well established in the management literature. Organizational theorist Carl Weick tells a story, perhaps apocryphal, about a group of soldiers on military maneuvers in Switzerland. The young lieutenant of a small Hungarian detachment in the Alps sent a reconnaissance unit into the icy wilderness. It began to snow immediately, snowed for 2 days, and the unit didn't return. The lieutenant suffered, fearing that he had dispatched his own people to death. But the 3rd day, the unit came back. Where had they been? How had they made their way? Yes, they said. We considered ourselves lost and waited for the end. And then one of us found a map in his pocket. That calmed us down. We pitched camp, lasted out the snowstorm, and then with the map, we discovered our bearings. And here we are. The lieutenant borrowed this remarkable map and had a good look at it. He discovered to his astonishment that it was not a map of the Alps, but a map of the Pyrenees. Weick's thesis is that people find their way forward not necessarily because they have a good map or plan. Instead, it's because they begin to act. They generate tangible outcomes in some context. And this helps them discover what's occurring, what needs to be explained, and what should be done next. They don't need to have a clear vision or goal. They only need to have some shared sense of the challenge or problematic situation they're trying to overcome. In the case of the soldiers, it was to survive the storm. stretch collaborations typically make progress not by carefully executing an excellent plan to achieve agreed objectives, but by acting and learning from this acting. When things go well, they do this, like the soldiers, with hope, alertness, energy, flexibility, and mutual support. Emergent strategy. Management professor Henry Mintzberg developed this principle further. He points out that there are two opposite ways to realize an objective: with a deliberate strategy that succeeds in realizing an intention, or with an emergent strategy that is realized despite or in the absence of an intention. He observes that in organizations, few managers actually can or do implement purely deliberate strategies. For a strategy to be perfectly deliberate, that is, for the realized strategy, a pattern of actions, to form exactly as intended, at least three conditions would seem to have to be satisfied. First, there must have existed precise intentions in the organization, articulated in a relatively concrete level of detail so that there can be no doubt about what was desired before any actions were taken. Secondly, because organization means collective action, to dispel any possible doubt about whether or not the intentions were organizational, they must have been common to virtually all the actors, either shared as their own or else accepted from leaders, probably in response to some sort of controls. Thirdly, these collective intentions must have been realized exactly as intended, which means that no external force, market, technological, political, etc., could have interfered with them. The environment, in other words, must have been either perfectly predictable, totally benign, or else under the full control of the organization. These three conditions constitute a tall order, so that we are unlikely to find any perfectly deliberate strategies in organizations. If, within low conflict and low complexity organizational contexts, these conditions are rarely met, then within high conflict and high complexity cross-organization ones, they are never met. In stretch collaboration, therefore, we advance through processes that are primarily emergent rather than deliberate. We realize emergent strategies by experimenting. We try out ideas that we think might work and then learn from the results. We articulate and test our assumptions, trying to discover errors early on when they are smaller and less costly to fix. Learn forward. We understand that making a mistake is a success rather than a failure. Failure would be not acting and therefore not learning, or delaying acting and therefore making larger and costlier mistakes. Creativity requires negative capability. The process of experimenting is a process of creating. Artist Jeff Barnum pointed this principle out to me by showing me a film made from time-lapse photographs of Pablo Picasso creating a painting of a matador. Picasso starts out by making a few rough marks on the canvas and then adds detail and color. He changes and paints over what he has done, again and again. At one point, he obliterates a beautifully rendered bull's head that is right in the center of the piece. Barnum explained, "The creative process is a process of finding, not of projecting something already seen and known in one's mind. Artists do not manifest an already finished mental picture. They hunt in a distinct medium, within the limits of its inherent properties, for an arrangement of that medium that accords with an inspiration." We see Picasso destroy as willingly as he creates. One has to be willing to let go in a kind of fierce way, to fiercely overcome any tendency to hold on to cherished parts at the expense of the emergence of the whole. Picasso isn't after a beautiful face or a wonderful hand. He's after a whole composition that conveys specific ideas and feelings. He finds the form that serves the function. The needed inner gestures here are fearlessness in letting go of what isn't working and boldness in proposing new solutions. At the outset of a creative process, we have an idea of what we're trying to accomplish, but not of how to get there. The word creativity is used so loosely that we often forget its essential meaning, to bring forth something that doesn't yet exist. In one of the workshops of the Mexico's Pausables project, the collaborators got a taste of the discipline of experimenting and learning through playing an improvisation game. My colleague, Elizabeth Pinnington, invited one of them to volunteer to be the dolphin, which Carlos Cruz, an accomplished community organizer, did, and asked him to leave the room. The others, the trainers, agreed on a simple series of coherent actions they wanted the dolphin to learn to do: picking up a chair, then moving it to under a window, then sitting on it. The dolphin came back into the room and tried to discover what he was supposed to do. No one was allowed to talk or signal, but the trainers could clap when the dolphin was getting closer to performing the correct action. This game highlights a crucial competence for experimenting a way forward: the ability to act, learn, and pivot. In the game, the behavior of the trainers is important because the dolphin can't learn if the trainers give confusing or contradictory feedback. I've seen trainers who are disciplined and conscientious in their clapping and thereby help the dolphin succeed, and others who are inattentive and flippant and leave the dolphin confused and floundering. The behavior of the dolphin is also crucial. The dolphin role is stressful. Cruz became nervous, sweating heavily as he struggled to figure out how to succeed. The key is for the dolphin to keep experimenting with different actions and then adapt by building on the ones that elicit strong, affirming claps. The dolphins who fail are those who become stuck, paralyzed, just standing still and thinking, or doing the same incorrect action over and over, even though they're not getting claps. Cruz kept trying different actions until he succeeded. In all domains of activity, relationships, business, politics, art, people often get mired in old ways of doing things and fail to find new ways forward. They get unstuck only when they try something different and keep doing so until they discover what works. This is what a soccer player does as they kick a ball down a crowded field, what a scientist does as they articulate and test a series of hypotheses, and what an entrepreneur does as they make different offers to the marketplace. This is what Picasso did as he applied paint to a canvas, stepped back, looked at it, and repeatedly painted over what he had done before, searching for the right expression of what he was trying to create. The discipline required to discover a way forward creatively is to try something out, as Picasso did. Step back and look at the result, and then change it, iterating over and over. I learned this discipline through writing books, where even if I spend months thinking about and outlining what I want to say, it's only when I write it out and look at what I've written that I can know what makes sense and what I need to rewrite and to write next. I can produce a good text only by reworking a bad text 100 times. Working in this way requires being able to look at a still inadequate and still incomplete result without becoming frightened. I'm a failure, or attached. This must be right. We need to pay attention to what's actually happening rather than what we wish would happen. We need to be able to maintain our equanimity in a conflictual, uncomfortable situation where we don't know how things will turn out, or when, or even whether we'll succeed. The poet John Keats called this negative capability, which he defined as being capable of being in uncertainties, mysteries, and doubts without any irritable reaching after fact and reason. I have had to stretch to go beyond the plan, agree, implement model I was trained in, toward becoming comfortable with staying in uncertainties, mysteries, and doubts, and feeling my way forward. One of the reasons collaborating across difference is daunting is that it requires us to undertake this kind of patient and relaxed experimentation and iteration, and to do so not only privately, like a painter or poet, but together with our opponents and enemies, on issues that really matter to us, risking having our mistakes exposed publicly. We can do this by taking it one step at a time and learning as we go. The key is to step forward. This practice helps you build a habit of quick exploration through small, deliberate experiments. These experiments help you and your collaboration find the way forward. The The steps here offer a basic guide to developing your own detailed approach. The supplementary resources offer more help. Identify the challenges you're trying to tackle. The challenge should be something you can observe, not just an interpretation or belief. You don't need to name every challenge. Start with the most pressing ones and explore more later using the same process. Take each challenge and frame it as, quote, how might we, question, unquote, or, quote, what if, question, unquote, questions. Create a small experiment using your, quote, how might we, question, unquote, or, quote, what if, question, unquote, statements. Brainstorm ideas to respond to the questions. Choose ideas for experimenting that energize you most. You need to care about what these ideas could unlock if you are to be bold enough to learn publicly. Identify the assumptions that underpin your idea. Assumptions are usually about people's actions, what they will or won't do, or what people value, what they think is important or not. Design a small, easy experiment to test one of your assumptions. Ensure that your experiment doesn't rely on achieving success to provide useful insights. You will be able to learn even when unexpected things happen. What do you learn if the assumption is validated? What do you learn if the assumption is unfounded? If the answer to both is that you will get actionable data or insight, proceed. If not, revise the experiment. Invite collaborators, including those with different or opposing views, to reflect with you on the potential experiment. Try without over-planning. Launch your experiment. Focus on speed and learning over perfection. What feedback from various perspectives will help your learning? Pay attention to unexpected reactions and unintended consequences. Learn. What happened? What did you learn? What surprised you? What worked? What didn't? What new questions emerged? Adjust. Try again. Modify your approach based on what you learned. Try again, changing one key element, method, assumptions, framing, etc. Repeat the process. Invite collaborators to reflect with you. Ask them what they see that you don't. Create the next experiment together. Take the next step. This practice shows that progress isn't about having a perfect plan, but about finding a way forward by acting, learning, and adjusting together. The goal is not to avoid failure, but to fail in ways that teach you something new. Include and engage even those who challenge you. This practice is a spiral of application, learning, and reflection. Among your collaborators, there will be different opinions on what is energizing or important. Instead of forcing early coherence, run multiple parallel experiments from different perspectives. This way, people with different interests will feel valued, and your experiments will yield diverse learning experiences. Try this today. What is one small experiment you can run to explore your current challenge? The third dimension of collaborating is engaging with ourselves. In conventional collaboration, we focus on doing our job and getting other people to do theirs. These others may be people outside our collaboration who are the targets or beneficiaries of our collective activities, or fellow collaborators whose behavior we think needs to change to align with and support the work of the collective. This approach works when we're in contexts with low conflict and low complexity, where we can be confident that we can influence the actions others are taking and that these actions will produce the intended results. But when we're in contexts with high conflict and/or high complexity, where neither of these assumptions hold, then we need to shift more of our focus onto what we ourselves are now thinking, feeling, and doing. How we're contributing to things being the way they are and what we need to and can do differently to contribute to changing the way things are. We can't spend our time just watching and blaming and cajoling others. We have to step in. The third stretch involves moving from the sidelines into the game. This isn't straightforward or easy, and for many of us, this putting ourselves into the middle of the action, or recognizing that we are already there, and exercising our wholeness and agency feel frightening. How will you step into the game? Much of my professional experience with collaboration has been as a consultant and facilitator, helping other people work together across difference. The times that I myself have been one of the collaborators have required me to stretch and have taught me a lot about what this involves. During 2005 and 2006, I co-led an ambitious collaboration to reduce child malnutrition in the state of Maharashtra in India. The Bhavishya Alliance, Bhavishya means future in Hindi, consisted of 26 organizations, including Indian government agencies, UNICEF, multinational and Indian corporations, and local, non-governmental, and community organizations. These organizations assigned 56 members of their staff to work full-time in a social laboratory for 8 weeks. This team's assignment was to co-create a set of innovative cross-organizational initiatives to reduce malnutrition. This lab set Bhavishya up for a successful 6 years of work on a series of initiatives that made a significant impact on malnutrition, and it became a pioneering example of cross-sector collaboration in India. The biggest impact of Bhavishya on me, however, was from what was not successful during those first 8 weeks. The lab started off with high expectations and high pressure. The participating organizations had invested a lot to get this ambitious project going. At one point, the complexity of what we were organizing overwhelmed me, and I turned for advice to Arun Mehra, a businessman and public servant, and asked him what, really, we were trying to do. "You have to remember," he replied, "that most of the time when a group of stakeholder leaders gets together to work on a problem, every one of them believes that if only the other ones would change what they're thinking and doing, then the problem would be solved. But if all the stakeholders are involved, then it can't all be the fault of others." The real innovation here is that we're inviting these leaders to reflect on how they might need to change what they themselves are doing. As the deadline to deliver the initiatives approached and the pressure and stress increased, I began to worry that our design would not work, and my leadership contracted and hardened. I became more distant from the team, and my understanding of what was going on and my capacity to deal with it in a thoughtful way diminished. But I thought that if I held on more tightly to our plan and pushed myself and the team harder, I could get the work over the goal line. On the last day of our 8-week process, we held a meeting where we proposed 4 initiatives to the heads of the participating organizations, the bosses of the members of the lab team. We'd worked hard and were exhausted, but satisfied with where we had gotten to. The bosses, however, saw things differently. Several of them were critical of our proposals and doubted that they were sound or viable. By the end of the day, almost none of our work had been approved. The team felt bewildered and distressed. I felt devastated. The team spent the next 3 days debriefing this surprising and upsetting end of the lab. Everyone was disappointed and hurt. Many of them blamed me for what had gone wrong. I was the enemy. More than ever in my life, I felt humiliated and angry, more intensely than 10 years later during the interaction in Mexico that I described in the introduction. I left India and went home. Every single day for months, I stewed over how I'd been mistreated and fantasized about how I would get revenge on my enemies. I knew that I'd made some mistakes and needed to change how I handled such situations, but I thought I was being victimized and that others needed to change too, that I shouldn't be expected to work on myself unless others were doing the same. Then one day, I came across a pamphlet written by the philosopher Martin Buber, which contained the following paragraph. "This perspective, in which a man sees himself only as an individual contrasted with other individuals, and not as a genuine person whose transformation helps towards the transformation of the world, contains a fundamental error. The essential thing is to begin with oneself, and at this moment, a man has nothing in the world to care about than this beginning. Any other attitude would distract him from what he is about to begin, weaken his initiative, and thus frustrate the entire bold undertaking. In reading this, I saw that I was making exactly this fundamental error. I was distracting myself from what I needed to do. It was not useful for me to focus on what those other people ought to do. I needed to focus on what I should be doing differently to deal effectively with the challenges I was facing. Enemy-fying is focusing on others. This is a pattern of behavior that I have often observed in myself and others. When we're faced with a challenging or stressful situation, we focus our attention first and foremost on what other people are doing or not doing or ought to be doing. As Myra said, our habitual thinking is that they need to change. The others we want to change may be far away or close by. They may be specific individuals or faceless populations. We may consider them friends or enemies. Humorist Jerome K. Jerome wrote, "I like work. It fascinates me. I can sit and look at it for hours." Blaming others is a common way to avoid doing our own work. The category of question about collaborating that I'm asked most frequently is, how can we get them to? This question betrays a hierarchical and black and white mindset. Us versus them. Heroes versus villains. Good versus bad. Innocent versus guilty. Friends versus enemies. But in non-hierarchical, gray area collaboration, we can't get anyone to do anything, so we need to take a different approach. We blame and enemy-fy others, both to defend and to define ourselves. We see ourselves self-centeredly as protagonists at the center of the drama of what's going on around us. So when we experience a challenge, we react as if it's a personal attack against which we must defend ourselves. We're frightened of losing or being hurt, so we separate and shield ourselves by asserting that we're right and the others are wrong. We fear that if we collaborate with those others, we'll become contaminated or compromised, that we'll betray what we stand for and who we are. Sometimes we have enemies, people and contexts that can harm or injure us. Moreover, any effort we make to affect change in the world will create discomfort, resistance, and opposition. The problem with enemy-fying is that it distracts and unbalances us, which makes it harder for us to choose to collaborate with people we differ from, and thus easier to choose to force, adapt, or exit. We can't avoid others whom we find challenging, so we need to focus simply on deciding, given these challenges, what we ourselves will do next. If you can't see how you're part of the problem, then you can't be part of the solution. There are two ways in which we can understand our relationship to a given situation and our role in it. One way is to see our role as like that of the director of a play who is instructing the actors on the stage, or like that of a spectator who is watching the play. In both of these cases, we see ourselves as being apart from and outside the situation, and the situation as created from above by the director. The actors are creators of the play, but the director is the paramount leader or supercreator. The other way to see our role is like that of an actor, or like a spectator, in the kind of play put on by Brazilian theater director Augusto Boal, where the audience also participates in and influences the action on the stage. 5. In these cases, we see ourselves as part of and within the situation, as one of the participants who are contributing to the unfolding of what is happening. Figure 8.1 illustrates this distinction between a situation in which we are directing and being directed by others, versus one in which we are, with others, co-creating our own adventures. In stretch collaboration, we're co-creators, and in this role, we're able to make wise decisions, only to the extent that we're able to balance ourselves between looking at our situation from outside versus from inside. Overlooking ourselves. We become unbalanced by overlooking ourselves, by focusing on what others, rather than on what we ourselves need to be doing. The boon we obtain by shifting our attention from the former to the latter is that we liberate ourselves and give ourselves agency. Now we have an opportunity to affect change directly. Instead of blaming others and pushing or cajoling or waiting for them to do their work, which rarely succeeds, we can get on with our own. And our own work includes enabling collaboration within ourselves, recognizing and reconciling our dominating and suppressed parts, and working with our internal differences and enemies. Getting on with our own work requires us to see and acknowledge our own role and responsibility. Management professor Bill Torbert once told me, the old activist quip, "If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem," actually misses a more important point, which is that if you are not part of the problem, then you can't be part of the solution. Unless we can grasp how what we're doing is contributing to our situation, we'll have no way to change that situation except from above by forcing. Stretch collaboration therefore requires that we see ourselves as a part of, rather than apart from, the situation we're trying to address. I can phone home to say that I'll be late because I'm in traffic, or because I'm traffic. The latter explanation explicitly opens up my options to work with others to change our situation. Over-focusing on ourselves. We also become unbalanced in the opposite way by seeing ourselves as the center of the world. Being self-centered means that we arrogantly overestimate the correctness and value of our own perspectives and actions, and we underestimate those of others. This impedes collaboration because it distorts our understanding of the situation we're in and what we need to do, and it creates conflicts with the others whom we're discounting. We contract self-centeredly when we're frightened of losing our position and identity. More than being afraid of failing, we're afraid of being a failure. Moreover, many of our most valuable and cherished identities, expert, professional, authority, leader, hero, impede collaboration because they place us hierarchically above or apart from others and amplify our defensiveness. Collaborating with others, especially others who do not agree with or like or trust us, requires us to join with them shoulder to shoulder as peers and equals. Mara warned me of the pitfalls of self-centeredness. "You shouldn't take things so personally," he once chided me. "Things happen that you have to deal with, but it doesn't help for you to make them all about you." Another time, I asked him how we could know whether the large-scale change work we were doing was having an impact. "Your wish to prove that you are making a difference is egotistical," he said. "Keep in mind the key sentence of the Bhagavad Gita. The work is yours, but not the fruits thereof." This advice liberated me to do my work conscientiously, but without taking on responsibility for outcomes that I couldn't control. Be a pig rather than a chicken. The essence of the third stretch is assuming responsibility for the role that we ourselves are playing in the situation we're trying to change, and therefore also assuming responsibility for what we need to do differently in order for the situation to change. This stretch is challenging because it requires us to take the risk of engaging fully in the situation and so being changed or hurt by it. It demands acting responsibly, the first and foundational habit, more a riddle than a recipe, described in Everyday Habits for Transforming Systems. It requires us to be more open and vulnerable and more willing to sacrifice some of what feels known, familiar, comfortable, and safe. In a ham omelet, the quip goes, the chicken is involved, but the pig is committed. Stretch collaboration requires us to be pigs rather than merely chickens. Years ago, I co-facilitated several workshops with a Paraguayan colleague, Jorge Talavera. My Spanish was not very good, and neither was his English, so our communication had to be brief and to the point. We became attentive to the moment in a workshop when the team's work would suddenly start to advance, which we called El Click. This click, we observed, was the moment when the team members saw, usually with surprise and often with consternation, that in order for the situation they were working on to change, they themselves, not only others, had to change. I have noticed the impact of this click on my own work. When I'm protecting myself or lazily blaming others for what's going on, I feel unhappy and helpless. But when I see and commit to what I can do about what's going on, I feel alert and energetic. This doesn't mean that I'm always successful in affecting what's going on, but I'm successful more often. The projects I have really thrown myself into, like Bhavishya, are the ones that have had the greatest impact and have taught me the most. The essential practice required for stepping into the game is, then, to attend to ourselves. When we notice ourselves blaming or enemifying others, focusing on what they're doing and what we hope or demand that they do differently, we need to bring our attention back to what we ourselves are thinking and feeling and doing, and what we need to do differently. Sometimes what we need to do is to try to influence others. But now we're taking responsibility for, and are willing to change, our part in the situation we're all part of. Whenever we find ourselves distracted by others, we need to come back to our most basic choice. What will we do next? A practice for shifting from observer to co-contributor. This practice will help you shift your perspective from directing the situation as if you were outside of it to fully seeing your role as a participant in co-creating it. By engaging with yourself in this way, you take responsibility for your contributions, both to the problem and to the solution. See the situation from the outside. Think of a challenging collaboration you are currently involved in. It could be at work, in your community, or in your personal life. Imagine yourself as an outside observer of this situation, as though you are looking at a picture. Describe the situation from this perspective. What is happening? What factors are creating this situation? What are others doing that is contributing to the situation being the way it is, in both positive, helpful ways and negative, unhelpful ways? What do they need to do differently for things to improve? See the situation from the inside. Shift your perspective. Imagine yourself as an actor within the situation, a person in the picture. Describe the situation again, but from this perspective. What are you experiencing, seeing, feeling, hearing in this situation? What are you doing that is contributing to the situation being the way it is, in both positive, helpful ways and negative, unhelpful ways? How are your actions, assumptions, and choices shaping the current reality? What do you need to do differently to help the situation move forward? Compare the two perspectives. Now compare your experience of being outside the situation with being inside it. What differences did you notice between your first and second description of the situation? How did shifting from observer to participant change your understanding of the situation? What do you now see as your own role and responsibility in creating change? See both sides. Consider how you typically engage in difficult collaborations. In what ways, and in what types of situations, do you focus more on what others need to do and fail to see your own role? In what ways, and in what types of situations, are you able to open to the situation and accept your full responsibility, both as a contributor to the situation and to the change that can happen? In what ways, and in all types of situations, can you practice bringing awareness to the perspective you are holding? Take the next step. Reflecting on your collaboration challenge, what is one concrete step you can take based on your insights from this practice? What could you do differently in the collaboration to take responsibility for your part in shaping the situation and moving it forward? Choosing to collaborate. The world we live in has few flat, clear, straight roads, so it's often difficult to find our way forward. It's made more difficult by the fact that to get where we want to go, we often need to work with people we don't agree with, or like, or trust. And we often make it even more difficult by demonizing these people. When we view them, sometimes for sound reasons, not simply as people we differ from or oppose, but as enemies whom we must avoid or defeat. How, if we need to, can we dial down our demonizing? A first step is simply to notice when we're doing it. Then we can pause, take a few breaths, and, from that more grounded and aware state, decide what to do next. Make a choice. We find our way forward together by making the 10 choices explained in this book, starting with the first 4. Whom do we see as our enemies? When will we collaborate? With whom? And how? In the previous chapters, I've recounted how, over the past decades, I've been able to grow my understanding of collaborating across difference and my ability to do this work. I still demonize almost as often as I always have, but I'm now more quickly able to notice myself doing so, pause, and then respond rather than react. And instead of this shift taking me months, as in my story in Chapter 8 from 20 years ago in India, or weeks, as in my story in the introduction from 10 years ago in Mexico, sometimes it now takes me only a few days, or less. I've made this progress by becoming more attentive to when and why I'm off balance in this way, and then acting to rebalance myself by becoming better, in a manner of speaking, at collaborating with myself. I haven't done this through any dramatic self-transformation, but simply by gradually becoming a bit more self-aware and willing and able to stretch. There are many ways we can learn to rebalance and stretch ourselves. Exercise, walking, knitting, gardening, prayer, meditation, therapy, fellowship. Everybody can find a way that works for them. Learning to collaborate requires learning to make these choices. We do this by learning to pay attention, without separation or judgment, to what's happening among us, around us, and within us, which we may well find severely problematic, and to what this situation needs of us, and acting accordingly. When we dial down our enemy-fying, we move from blaming others for what's happening toward acting with agency to change what's happening. We move away from only trying to force things to be the way we want them to be, regardless of what's going on around us, or to adapt to the forcing of others, or to exit, toward also trying to collaborate. Choosing only to force or be forced is choosing to participate in creating a world of degenerate dog-eat-dog, tit for tat, and might makes right. Choosing also to collaborate, to cohabit, to be with all of the arduous and liberating stretching this demands, is choosing to participate in creating a world of generative flourishing. The recurring theme of this book is the need for us to shift the way we are in the world, away from reacting to what's happening with separation, hurriedness, arrogance, certainty, anger, and fear, toward responding with engagement, patience, humility, creativity, curiosity, and faith. These 2 stances are embodied in The Big Lebowski by Walter and the Dude, respectively. And the last lines of this film use an old word to explain the fundamental choice that enables this shift. To abide, meaning to remain, continue, or dwell. To be together with, rather than apart from. To collaborate across difference, we must choose to abide. A practice for creating the space to abide. This practice helps you recognize activities that keep you present, rooted, and connected with the highest potential of your situation and yourself. Reflect. Find a space that lets you relax, feel open, and be at ease. Then consider the following questions. You may want to write your responses in a journal or notebook. When do you feel most at peace? Think about recent times when you felt calm, grounded, and patient. What activities make you lose track of time in a good way? These might be things that draw you into the present moment without effort. Where do you feel most at home, emotionally or spiritually? This could be a physical place, a kind of relationship, or a way of being. When do you feel connected to something larger than yourself? What are you doing or not doing in those moments? Identify. Review what you observed and look for patterns. Notice what activities or situations consistently show up. Then ask yourself, what kinds of activities help you abide? Are there any small, repeatable practices I can do daily or weekly to abide more? Experiment. Choose one abiding activity to incorporate into your life over the next 7 days. Make it simple and doable. Here are some examples. A 5-minute walk without your phone. Lighting a candle and sitting in silence each morning. Listening to instrumental music while doing nothing else. Watering plants slowly and intentionally. Write it down. My abiding activity this week will be. Notice, throughout the week. Each time you practice abiding, briefly check in with yourself afterward. Ask, how do I feel now compared to before? What did I notice about my inner state? You can jot down short reflections or simply carry the awareness with you.